he would wear when he runs. And I think that's about it for her. We intend to tender the in-life photo through her as well. And I don't know if the court has a question for me before I move on to the other ones.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So Linda Randall, she lives on Andy Tottenson Road. She's going to testify that she also saw him running in that neighborhood, and he would run for long periods of time. And the way he would be coming in terms of the direction, in addition to the timing, she would say that he would probably be running out past Highway 17 in that Satilla Shores, Royal Oaks area as well.
Sorry, and he would probably be running in the area past Highway 17.
The Highway 17 and across the highway to the Satilla Shores, Royal Oaks area.
That she had direct knowledge of it, or she
saw him.
She saw him run across the road.
On Highway 17.
Yes, so she saw him the way her house is positioned. She would see him going and then coming back that direction where the entrance to Highway 17 is. Danielle Stoddard will testify that, similarly, Judge, that she saw him in her neighborhood, Fancy Bluff neighborhood, and she would also see him around that Highway 17 area when she would be bringing her kids back from school. And Ashley Wittenberg, she will testify that she saw Ahmaud running in the Boykin Ridge neighborhood, that she would see him running at night when it's dark, which of course is an issue in this case because we have the defense attorneys saying, you know, he's in Mr. English's construction site at nighttime. What could he be possibly, you know, doing there? So she'll testify to the nighttime running as well. And those are all the witnesses we have to testify on that subject.
Well, I'll tell you, at this point in the evidence, what I have got in my notes is that the issues that have been raised, I think the first one was through, I think it's Ms. Parr, maybe her parents were the Parrs, from Ms. Parr. She was asked specifically by the defense about whether or not she had seen Mr. Arbery running in the neighborhood. Mr. Albenze was also asked about whether or not he had seen Mr. Arbery running in the neighborhood. I have not heard the questions asked, but based on the proffer, the court's concern is that none of these witnesses are actually testifying or rebutting any evidence that has been brought out by the defense. And the evidence itself would require one to make that logical leap that the court's concerned about with other evidence on why Mr. Arbery was in the neighborhood at the time. They don't actually place him in the neighborhood at any time. So again, the court's, if I'm being asked for a ruling without hearing the evidence, the court is indicating that if this is the type of evidence that comes out, at least in the state's case in chief, depending on how it's worded, it may end up opening the door to the why question that I have addressed in other orders of this court. Now, whether it has to come, whether this comes out as rebuttal at some point, it really depends on the evidence presented. Because again, what I have heard is that there is evidence from witnesses that was elicited by the defense that witnesses did not see him running actually in Satilla Shores. There are other questions here that sounds like are out there, like what clothes he wore when he ran. That is not something that has been brought out at this point, as I recall, as far as evidence or argument. The time of day, that the times of day, I guess, that are involved in the various incidents that are before the court. So this could be rebuttal, but as far as the state's case in chief, strikes me as this gets us to the why question.
Understood, Your Honor.
At this time, we will then just call Carol Flowers solely for the in-life photo. And having discussed that at the break with defense, that may be your ruling, we understand where the defense is going to go with Ms. Flowers and where we're going to go with Ms. Flowers. So if we may have 5 minutes just to make sure we're on the same page as a team, we'll go ahead and do that.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're back on defense president represented by counsel, Mr. Goff.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a motion to make. This time we would ask that the Honorable Reverend Jesse Jackson, who I believe is still here. Of course, he is, Your Honor, I think we all know, an icon in the civil rights movement. Not just a witness to it, the personification of it. And in other circumstances, I think everybody would be happy to have their picture taken, maybe get an autograph. But in the context of this trial, we object to his presence in the public gallery inside the courtroom. We note that there is a jury assembly room capable of holding, depending on how we socially distance, several hundred people, where these proceedings are being televised live in real time. The issue that Ray brought up previously is how many pastors does the Arbery family have? We had the Reverend Al Sharpton here earlier, last week, and I'm not keeping track, and I think the court has indicated the court doesn't intend to ask anyone to keep track of who was in the gallery. But I don't know who Mr. Jackson, Reverend Jackson, is pastoring here. My understanding is, and I was given names, that the Arbery family have local pastors. They also have attorneys. Mr. Arbery, Marcus, has a team of lawyers to comfort him through these proceedings. Certainly, Ms. Cooper has been amply comforted by her legal counsel. And we are concerned about whether it's conscious or unconscious, the impact of their presence with respect to the jury and with respect to the proceedings in this case. And I guess the next question is, which pastor is next? Is Raphael Warnock going to be the next person appearing this afternoon? We don't know. Your Honor, I would submit, with all respect to the Reverend Jesse Jackson, that this is no different than bringing in police officers or uniformed prison guards in a small town where a young black man has been accused of assaulting a law enforcement officer or corrections officer. And as I have noted before, the city of Brunswick is indeed a fishbowl. Your Honor, I understand that the court, maybe I misunderstood the court the other day, but I think the court had indicated it was the court's understanding or assumption that the Arbery family is giving up seats in the public gallery so that these gentlemen may be present. With all due respect, Your Honor, the seats in the public gallery of a courtroom are not like courtside seats at a Lakers game. There are no First Amendment rights in the public gallery of a courtroom. There is no standing of any particular individual to be present in the public gallery of a courtroom. And there is no reason for these prominent icons in the civil rights movement to be here. This is a case that has been postured in the media, I believe, by Marcus Arbery's attorney, Benjamin Crump, if not Lee Merritt, and certainly reported by the media as a quote unquote test case for where the civil rights movement is in 2021. So with all due respect, I would suggest, whether it's intended or not, that inevitably a juror is going to be influenced by their presence in this courtroom. And while there seems to be some argument over how much the jurors can see, and I can certainly supplement the record, but I took pictures last week, and it is very clear that most of the jurors have a complete unobstructed view of the entire gallery. And again, we are concerned about our client's right to have a fair trial and the impact of the presence of these individuals is going to have on this case. And we're asking the court, and again, with all respect to the Honorable Reverend Jesse Jackson, that he be observing these proceedings from the jury assembly room where they are being streamed live, rather than sitting here in the courtroom where he can visually interact with the jurors in this case.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
Hang on.
No. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Goff, at this point, I'm not exactly sure what you're doing. I have already ruled on this court's position with regard to the gallery. And with all candor, I was not even aware that Reverend Jackson was in the courtroom until you started your motion. I have indicated the court's position. The court's position hasn't changed. At this point, it's almost as if you're just trying to continue this for purposes other than just bringing it to the court's attention. And I find that objectionable from the court standpoint. I have said over and over and over in this trial that I am attempting to ensure that in this courtroom that the defendants receive a fair trial. And I will continue to do that. I have heard the objection. I have ruled previously on my position with regard to the gallery, and that is unchanged.
And I'm not questioning the court's ruling, but the court,
I'm done talking about it, Mr. Goff. I've heard the motion. I understand what your position is. And if it's simply just to point out that an individual is in the gallery, it has been done.
do I understand that I'm not to do that again?
I'm telling you that the court's position has remained the court's position. And unless anyone in the gallery is disruptive or here to cause some demonstration that will distract from the presentation of evidence in this case, the court is not going to single out any particular individual or group of individual as not being allowed to be in this courtroom as a member of the public. That is consistent with my prior ruling and will remain the ruling of the court. If there's a disruption, you're more than welcome to call that to my attention. If there's a problem, call that to my attention. But on this particular issue that you brought up previously, which has now been effectively renewed, I think I've been very clear we do not need to discuss it any further.
And I've been very clear of my desire to make a record. And thank you, Your Honor.
Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and get the panel.
All right, for the jury. Please be seated. All right, welcome back. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in this case. State ready with its next witness.
State's ready. State calls Carol Flowers, Judge.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, let me see. You go ahead.
I can, and I will try to shout. Good morning, Ms. Flowers.
Good morning.
Can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury? Just tell them your name and then spell it for the court reporter, please.
Carol Flowers, CarolFlowers.
Okay, and how are you today?
I'm good.
Good, good. So, do you live in Brunswick?
I do.
Okay, what part of town do you live in?
Boykin Ridge.
Okay, that Boykin Ridge area?
Yes.
Okay. Is that close to like the Fancy Bluff area?
Yes.
Okay. And are you married, single?
I'm married.
Okay. Do you have any children?
I do. I have 2 biological children and 1 stepdaughter.
Okay. How old are your kids?
28, 24, and 19.
Grown kids.
Grown kids.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, Ms. Flowers?
I'm a nurse.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to a person by the name of Ahmaud Arbery. Did you know that person?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how you knew him?
He was my neighbor.
Okay. Are we talking like next door neighbor?
Yes. Right
Okay.
next door.
Right next door. Okay. Do you remember when you first met him?
In late 2011 or early 2012.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Flowers, I am approaching you with what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1. If you can look at that and just tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay, who's that depicted in the picture?
Quiz.
Okay. And you say Quez. Is that what you knew him as?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Can do it without you. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of Mr. Arbery?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we would tender State's 1. Thank you.
Okay.
No objection.
Submitted.
Permission to publish, Judge? Okay. All right. So, Ms. Flowers, that's who you knew as your next door neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember the day that he died?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That is all I have for you, Ms. Flowers. The defense attorneys might have some questions for you, okay?
Okay.
I do have 3 questions, but I think we need to recess here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just take a moment, if we take a 5-minute recess.
All right, for sure.
All right, I took a recess because, that's okay. All right, I'm staying recess. There was a little bit of commotion in the back. I wanted it to calm down a little bit before we started with any cross-examination.
Your Honor, for the record, I would note that the Reverend Jesse Jackson's mask is down below his nose, which I'm not a big believer in masks, but we, again, make that part of the record. And I'm sure the court can see what I'm talking about.
All right, it appears we have order back in the court. Let's get the panel.
Your Honor, may we approach?
The jury's not, I'll ask the witness to step down. Ma'am, can you go ahead and take a step into the hallway for just a moment?
Okay, witness is not present. Ms. Hook.
Your Honor, is there a way we can do this at the bench or?
No, we're making a public record of this. I adjourned because when the state was done, I heard some weeping in the back and was looking at the defense to move forward, and there seemed to be an indication that we should take a pause. So I decided to take a pause. That is all. I have order back in the courtroom now. So I tend to move forward.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I will have to note that I observed a number of jurors looking back. And that's why this is so difficult, Your Honor. We are advocates for our clients, but we are also human beings and parents. And there is no disrespect intended in these remarks, but my one and only purpose is to assure a fair murder trial for Mr. McMichael. And when jurors hear the weeping with a piece of evidence that is absolutely irrelevant and has nothing to do with the decisions this jury must make, but the law of Georgia allows it to come in, and then left with having jurors hear and see and visualize the emotion, and now to be comforted by someone for whom respect abounds. We're in a very difficult position now with this jury to have seen and heard and felt that when they go back to deliberate this case and to think about the decisions that do matter in this case. And as beautiful of an in-life photo as that is, it bears no relevance to any issue in this case. So while I appreciate the court taking a break and noting your having heard the crying up at the bench, I have to place on the record that not only did I hear it as well, I saw jurors looking back at what was going on in the gallery and then looking at me. So I'm asking the court to place that on the record. Mr. Goff and I may not agree on a number of things, but the idea that this may not be the best way to handle this sort of case has become now the issue that you asked him to bring to your attention, and that is, has there been any disturbance caused by that?
If I could just add, Your Honor was very aware of the issue of emotion in the courtroom and how it plays out in front of the jury. And I think went on the public record and warned the gallery not to engage in that kind of behavior. And I think instructed all of us to make our witnesses aware of any evidence that might come in that would cause that kind of emotional outburst. And did so with the goal in mind of keeping this trial about the evidence. It's becoming less and less about evidence and more about emotion with these kinds of outbursts and those kinds of photographs, which again, to echo Ms. Hogue, have nothing to do with the issues in this case. A photograph that's 8 years old and bears no real resemblance to the person we saw in February of 2020. So I would join Ms. Hogue's difficult position. I think we're all in the same position on this side of the courtroom.
And they can stay.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So let me tell you what we got. I heard at the bench, some weeping, not outward crying, not yelling, nothing along those lines. So the jury was asked to leave. And this was intended to, and I think is a good reminder to the gallery that there shouldn't be any outbursts, no matter what the evidence is, whether it's this photograph or anything else. But I will point out, with what's now beginning to happen here, I do not understand, Mr. Goff, why this motion keeps being made. It is a concern to the court because on the flip side, I've seen a news report where other counsel are indicating that everybody is welcome, come one, come all. We've got a little bit of, there's there's an odd thing going on here that I'm watching to make sure that I've got a clear understanding of as we move forward in this trial. And I've already put my rulings on the record with regard to public access in this courtroom. That has now somehow got conflated with a photograph that was not objected to as it came into evidence. I understand the defense.
Objected to previously, Your Honor.
That particular photograph. Okay, and that's fair enough. And I misspoke there. And I misspoke. But the point being that there's other evidence that comes in, elicits responses. I've got issues that are starting to get conflated, and we'll watch what's going on. Court's rulings, again, on public access haven't changed. The evidence is being admitted. It is an emotional trial. That is not unique when it comes to murder trials, which is why the court prefaces a lot of murder trials with, I don't want any outbursts from the gallery. So again, to the gallery, I don't want any outbursts from the gallery. This is not the place for it. We're trying to get a fair trial for the defendants and ensure that the evidence gets presented in such a way where counsel had the opportunity at some point, hopefully in the near future, to make an argument to the panel about what the evidence actually says happened on the day or days involved here. That's what we're doing. And I don't have anything else to say about it, Mr. Goff.
I might suggest that the court consider some Supreme Court precedent
On access to the courtroom?
Maxwell v. Shepard, Stella v. Texas, and I don't remember the other name of the party, but Musladeen, and Justice Souter's concurrence.
Well, why don't you tell me what your understanding of it is, and then I'll go ahead and take a look at it, or give me the full cite if you're going to ask this court to do something in the form of a motion. If you're not moving the court to do something, I'm not terribly interested in continuing this conversation.
Your Honor, I will file a written motion as soon as I can finish it. You might well imagine that we're talking about issues that we don't ordinarily encounter, even in a criminal case.
Well, don't throw up a trial balloon without some support at this point. If you think that those cases in this context move the court to do something, cite them, let me know what it is, and we'll move on from there. Because I've heard a lot of discussion here, and this is the first you're now citing case law on this. So if you want to file something, go ahead and file it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is the state ready with, I'm sorry, it's not even ready. Let's get the witness back up. State passed the witness, yeah. And let me back it up. If you're moving for a mistrial, you need to move for a mistrial.
I move for mistrial.
Based on?
Based on the presence of people in the courtroom and the public
Your Honor,
gallery.
I have to stop for my moment. We have a witness now on the stand.
If you go ahead and sit down, thank you.
Thank you.
And I do actually very much appreciate the court helping me maintain a record on this. We formally moved for a mistrial under the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution, which parallel provisions of the Constitution of the state of Georgia. We contend that the atmosphere for the trial, inside and outside the courtroom, at this point, has deprived Mr. Bryan of his right to a fair trial. I understand that co-counsel vehemently disagree on some aspects of that motion, and if they don't want to join, that's their business. But I represent Mr. Bryan, and my concern, Your Honor, notwithstanding what in my observation would be extraordinary efforts on the part of the court to avoid anything that would interfere with the right of these defendants to a fair trial. At the same time, in extraordinary cases like this, additional steps have to be taken. We have not secured the front of this courthouse. The Transformative Justice Coalition still flies their banner virtually every day outside in what should be protected grounds. Your Honor, we have had several instances during jury selection of nonverbal communications between the victim's family and jurors, or from juror to the victim's family. We've had several emotional outbursts during the trial of this case, notwithstanding the substantial efforts of the court to ensure that they don't take place. And we have had civil rights icons sitting in here in what the civil rights community contends is a quote unquote test case for civil rights in the United States, eyeballing these jurors, including one today with his mask down, which the court doesn't want to make part of the record. Under Supreme, I rephrased that, didn't make part of the record.
Thank you.
Yeah, I rephrased.
You made it part of the record.
Well, until the court acknowledges it, it's not part of the record.
Keep going, Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, the case law out there in mob cases and other cases demonstrates all the ways that presence in a gallery can influence jurors in a case. And I certainly don't mean to suggest that Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson or any other pastor belong to a mob, but at the same time, we are talking about organized behavior by whoever outside the courthouse leading up to this case. But we have all these community leaders fearful that the city's going to burn down. This isn't a mob case. If you testify against a gangster, they might burn your house down. They might burn your business down. They're not going to burn your whole city down. And that is the concern that I believe jurors have expressed during the voir dire process, in that a county commissioner, a mayor, school board member, a bunch of pastors in this community, both black and white, have been talking about. So in that context, we believe the totality of the circumstances, which is what this court looks at under Shepard v. Maxwell, under the totality of circumstances, this trial has been sufficiently infected, notwithstanding the best efforts of the court, to the point where Mr. Brown's ability to receive a fair trial has become an open question. We think that line's been crossed. The court may see it differently, but we've made that for purposes of the record.
On behalf of Travis McMichael, we're constrained to join. I did notice jurors, a few, noticed the outburst. I don't think it gets any more difficult at moments like this for the family members to have to sit through the evidence. This moment feels unique in that the one piece of evidence that the state put up was not, so inflammatory, but there were several jurors that did look over. Their faces changed, the emotion, the sympathy that they felt. And to see then Mr. Reverend Jackson, whose autographed picture hung in my mother's law office for 2 decades, who is the ultimate figure of fairness and justice and equality. To see that, I don't think it gets any higher in terms of the impression that makes. And for those reasons, I think that makes this very unique. And that's why we're constrained to join, Your Honor. Thank you.
Likewise, on behalf of Greg McMichael, we're constrained to join this motion, but for some slightly different reasons I'd like to highlight. It was apparent from the beginning of voir dire that it was going to be difficult, even long before voir dire, that it was going to be difficult to get a jury who had informed opinions, and we worked very hard to do that. And we would have loved to have had a jury that represents the demographic composition of Glenn County, which would have been 3 or 4 African Americans on the jury. We were not able to do that. I think some comments by the court in denying the state's reverse Batson motion, I take exception to them, and with all due respect, but it's continued the difficulty we've had from the beginning in trying to determine, is this the right venue for this case? We hoped it would be. We wanted it to be. But in light of what's going on now and what has been the history of this case up to now, we are constrained to join the motion for mistrial, but for these slightly different reasons.
Hang on, let me be clear. I don't know what this talk about change of venue is. There's nothing wrong with this venue. We're not concerned about the venue, but we are concerned about the details as to how this trial has progressed, notwithstanding the extraordinary efforts that this court has made. And I certainly don't want the court to think for a moment that Mr. Brown and I don't very much appreciate the incredible amount of work the court has put into this and the thoughtfulness. But if the court's not going to grant a mistrial, I would humbly urge the court to consider adopting other precautions to ensure that the court doesn't wind up where the court has to grant that motion.
Anything from the state?
Yes, Judge. A mistrial is a proper remedy for incurable fundamental unfairness in the proceedings. There's a case from 1999. Casey, C-A-S-E-Y versus the state, 237 Georgia App 461, where jurors briefly saw the defendant in handcuffs, and that did not require a mistrial because there was no showing of actual prejudice. Quickly looking today, right now on Lexis, what we have is also Bird versus the state, BYRD. This is a Supreme Court of Georgia case from 1992. It's 262 Georgia 426. Basically holding that because the trial court took prompt, thorough, and curative action, the outburst of the victim's relative did not deny a defendant a fair and impartial trial, and his motion for mistrial was properly denied. This court obviously took prompt, thorough, and curative action by having the jury leave immediately. In addition, don't want to cite something before I actually read it, so I'm going to take a look at it. We have Simmons versus the state, 308 Georgia 327, a March 13th, 2020 case. Simmons contended that the trial court abused its discretion when it denied his motion for mistrial in response to, and they put these in quotes, emotional outbursts of the victim's family members and friends. However, the Georgia Supreme Court saw no abuse of discretion. They then cited two numerous cases there, stating that trial courts are vested with great discretion to grant or deny mistrials because they are in the best possible position to determine whether one is actually warranted or not. Measures to be taken as a result of demonstrations and outbursts which occur during the course of a trial are matters within the trial court's discretion. And of course, such discretion will not be disturbed upon appeal unless there's a showing that a mistrial is essential to the preservation of the right to a fair trial. This was minor weeping in the back, and the court took immediate curative action. Additional action can be taken to instruct the jury that they're to ignore any sort of emotional outbursts that take place. And at this time, Judge, we ask that you deny any sort of mistrial based on the outburst, well, it really wasn't an outburst. It was, in the state's position, it was kind of a gulp and a weep, like that. And that was basically all it was that the state heard. So I just want to make sure that characterization, it wasn't somebody shouting. It wasn't somebody, as they say, falling out hysterical, nothing along those lines at all. So we ask that you deny any motion for mistrial on that basis. And ask that the court take kind of into consideration and disregard the, how am I trying to say, the mixing up or confluence of multiple arguments about Reverend Jackson being here and that somehow having something to do with the outburst or something like this. These are all very, very separate issues, neither which independently or even together at the same time require manifest necessity for a mistrial. We ask that you deny that mistrial.
I believe that's the last word.
Yes.
Well, V. Shepherd, the court's looking at the totality of circumstances here. And under the totality of circumstances, we believe that mistrial is warranted. I think the state has certainly accurately summarized the relevant law with respect to the court's discretion and with respect to whether an appeals court would reverse a determination by this court. But still, ultimately, it is your honor who makes that call. And that's why you get paid the big bucks, because you're the one sitting here as the umpire in the case, the advocates. We all see things from our perspective. You're the neutral here and you make the call. But I would just admit, under the totality of circumstances in this case, from the commencement of jury selection to today, that these defendants can no longer get a fair trial.
It appears, Your Honor, there's some language in these cases about what is now incumbent upon the court.
Until the state has to hold the trembling hand of the accused, I would suggest that these types of moments don't impact the state. They favor the state. And it is now incumbent upon the court to decide to grant mistrial or to present curative instruction.
Was asked for curative instruction as an alternative at this point.
Yeah. Well, the idea that you have to then potentially inquire of jurors and ask them if they heard it and if they noticed it, we're not asking for that. However, we're at 2 strikes. We've had one outburst that's been addressed. Now we've had a second. The court has to decide what to do.
All right, anything final, Mr. Hoder?
No further comment.
All right, it's in this court's discretion with regard to any outburst in the courtroom, taking into consideration as well as the defendant's motion for a mistrial. So I cite a couple cases. Let's see, Forney, I think it's Forney versus State, 255 Georgia 316, which actually recognizes that emotions are neither unreasonable nor unexpected during a murder trial. And demonstrations and outbursts which occur during the course of the trial are matters within the court's discretion to evaluate. The court heard exactly what I described on the record, decided to remove the jury briefly, and it was ready to get started. Based on that outburst, the court is not granting a mistrial. As to the totality of the circumstances argument, which I think is the second argument that was presented by Mr. Goff, that gets back to what I'm starting to watch very carefully as far as what's going on in this courtroom with the jury, as well as the arguments that are being made by counsel. I'll point out that a number of times during jury selection, it was raised that jurors were being influenced by individuals outside the court. And I think it was either 4 or 5 jurors were asked specifically whether or not they were influenced in some way by what was going on outside the courtroom. And they were not. There was no, actually, if I remember correctly, they didn't even recognize or see what was going on outside the courtroom. And as counsel are aware, because I have briefed counsel, there are steps being taken by the court during the jury trial to ensure that jurors are not influenced by anything happening around the courthouse. So then we start getting into what we have now with individual members or individuals coming into the courtroom. I will say that is directly in response, Mr. Goff, to statements you made, which I find reprehensible. The Colonel Sanders statement you made last week, I would suggest maybe something that has influenced what is going on here. In response to that, and to his credit, Mr. Sheffield made some comments, but did say, come one, come all. And so now the court is faced with balancing a lot of things going on outside this courtroom and doing it in a way that respects members of the public's right to be in the courtroom, as well as what I'm trying to put out there is a fair trial, right? So you need to understand, everybody, that your words in this courtroom have an impact on a lot of what's going on. And so my measured response at this point is to balance all of that out and try to move forward with the trial. I'm not granting a mistrial at this point based on these arguments that are being made, because
I think, well, I'm not granting a mistrial at this point, based on the arguments that have been made. Are we ready with the witness from the state? Be Mr. Sheffield. All right, let's go ahead and get the panel.
All right, for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to get back to the evidence in the case. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Flowers.
Good morning.
I'm Jason Sheffield. We have not met before, right?
No.
Okay. I know that you have had an opportunity to talk with a couple of people investigating this case, and they interviewed you, and I think that's how we learned that you were the neighbor to Mr. Arbery. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were shown a picture of Mr. Arbery from around the time of 2012, 2013.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
We're unable to hear.
If you would just speak up just a little
I'd
bit.
say, maybe just that microphone, it's very, it's be pointed right at you. Or if you try to speak into it.
I'm not sure when the picture was taken.
Oh, okay. All right. I want to show you a couple of the pictures. I've shown these already to opposing counsel. I've marked them as defendants exhibit Travis McMichael 12 and 13 for identification purposes. May I approach Ms. Flowers? Thank you. Ms. Flowers, I'm going to hand these to you and just ask you if you recognize the person in these images. Will you take them from me? Do you recognize the person in Travis McMichael's exhibits 12 and 13?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that to be?
Quiz.
And are those fair and accurate depictions of him? Do those fairly and accurately
Yes.
show who he is?
Yes.
Okay. I move defendants exhibit 12 and 13 into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
All right. Very good. Permission to publish? Yes. Okay. I'm just going to show you defendants exhibit 12. And I'll show defendants exhibit 13. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Anything from the additional defendants?
There you are.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you,
Nothing from the stage.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
the state.
State calls Ann Kistler-Rao.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and proceed.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Good morning, fine, thanks.
Will you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, please?
My name is Ann Kistler-Rao, ANNEKISLER-RAO.
And ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab, and I'm employed in the Trace Evidence Section.
Okay. And what is the trace evidence section of the GBI?
With the Trace Evidence Section, we analyze small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, such as hairs, fibers, paint, glass, fractured materials, and general unknowns.
And your specific occupation, is there a term for your job?
I'm a microanalyst.
And tell the jurors a little bit about your training and your education in trace evidence and microanalysis.
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I have a master's degree in forensic science from John Jay College. While I was there, I completed an internship with the New York City Police Department Crime Lab. I have been employed with the GBI Crime Lab for over 15 years, and I've completed extensive training programs in all of the areas that I perform examinations in. And I'm also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in hair and fiber analysis.
And does your certification require you to keep up to date on the current subject matter within your area of expertise, taking sort of continuing learning education hours or anything of that sort?
That's correct. We have to have certain things like continuing education to fulfill points over the certification period.
And how long have you been a microanalyst?
For over 15 years.
During the course of those 15 years, have you continued to keep up your certification and your hours and your continuing education?
Yes, I have.
This might be a tough question, but do you happen to know or have a rough estimate about the number of cases you've done analysis on in your time in the GBI?
Probably over 1,000 cases.
And during the course of your employment with the GBI, have you come to court to testify at maybe hearings or trials, that sort of thing?
Yes, I have.
And have you ever been tendered as an expert before in the court in the state of Georgia?
I have.
You know roughly how many times?
Over 50 times.
Judge, at this time, the state tenders Ms. Kistler-Rao as an expert in trace evidence and microanalysis. Okay.
No objection.
Okay. She's admitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to perform some sort of analysis for the case involving Ahmaud Arbery?
I was.
Okay. How many different analyses did you have to do for this case?
There were 2 analyses that were requested.
Okay. Let's start with the first one. What was the first one you were asked to do?
The first one was a fiber analysis.
Okay. And can you give the jurors a condensed or a simplified version of what fiber analysis is?
Fiber analysis is typically going to be, we will compare question fibers, which are fibers that are collected off of an item of interest where we don't know what their source is. And we'll compare those to a known source, such as an article of clothing. and determine whether or not those question fibers are consistent with the known source.
Okay. When you're comparing fibers, do the types of fibers matter when it comes to comparison?
Yes, we can compare any type of fiber.
Can you explain to the jurors a little bit more about maybe the difference between natural and synthetic fibers and maybe the ease with which those types of fibers are able to be compared?
Yes, so when we perform a comparison, we go through a number of different steps in our comparison. The first step is using a stereo microscope, which is a low-powered microscope. We use that to examine the general features of the fibers. So this can be done with both synthetic and natural fibers. The next step is the comparison microscope, which is a higher-powered microscope. There are two microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge where we can see the question fiber and the known fiber at the same time under the same field of view. With natural fibers, we can look at the morphology of the fiber. So you can look at the general shape of the fiber to identify it. If the fiber is colored, you can look at that with both natural and synthetic fibers. With synthetic fibers, there are going to be extra features that you can examine, such as during the manufacturing process, they might add particles called delusterant to the fiber. They can have different cross-sectional shapes to the fiber. There are many different fiber types that you can have, like nylon or polyester. So these are the first two steps of our procedure, and those would be the differences that we would look at between natural and synthetic fibers.
Now, is this a multi-step procedure besides those first two?
It is.
What else do you have to do?
The next step would be fluorescence microscopy, which is another comparison microscope where we'll shine different wavelengths of light on the fibers, and different fibers can fluoresce different colors and different intensities, like bright or dull. After that, the next step is called microspectrophotometry, or MSP for short. And this is done with dyed fibers, and it is basically an instrumental technique that you can use to analyze the color of the fibers. So fibers that appear the same color under the regular microscope might give different spectra using this technique. The next step we have is called Fourier transform infrared microspectroscopy, or FTIR for short. And this is done with manufactured fibers, and it can help determine the chemical structure of the fiber, and it will help you confirm what kind of fiber you have. And we can also do a melting point analysis with fibers that melt to compare the melting features of the fiber.
You put out a lot of terms for us, okay? So during these various steps, are these steps required in every analysis, or can you tell based on maybe a visual cue which steps you might have to take in each analysis?
So depending on what type of fiber you have, you would not complete all of the steps. So for example, if your fiber is not dyed, we would not necessarily be doing the MSP step to analyze the color. If the fiber is a natural fiber, we would not be doing the FTIR to analyze the structure of the fiber, because we can tell that it's natural based on microscopy alone.
And in the fiber analysis that you did for this case, were you given a potential sample of fiber to look at?
I was.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what came into your office and where they came from, and what you did to compare the fibers that came through and then your results?
Okay. So what was submitted to me was what's called a tape lift. So it's where you take a piece of tape to collect fibers on the item, and that will collect any fiber on the surface of the item. It was submitted by a police department. And then I also received a white t-shirt, which was submitted by our medical examiner's office. And I compared the question fibers. I took a sample of the question fibers from the tape lift. I compared 20 of these fibers to the known fibers of the t-shirt. I found that they were consistent in microscopic properties and fluorescence. These were white cotton fibers, so I did not go on to the next step in the procedure because they were not dyed and they were a natural fiber. And I found that the question fibers were consistent with the known fibers composing the t-shirt. So I could not eliminate these fibers as coming from the t-shirt. I reached this conclusion because white cotton fibers are a common fiber type and they are prevalent and they do have limited features for comparison. However, they were consistent.
So when you say cannot be eliminated as having come from the t-shirt, does that mean that they definitively came from the t-shirt?
I cannot say that they definitively came from the t-shirt. There could be another source possessing fibers that would also be indistinguishable from these.
But they were similar in characteristics.
They were consistent in all of their microscopic properties as well as their fluorescence.
Do you know where this tape lift came from in terms of evidentiary chain of custody? That sort of thing?
I can tell you like where it originally came from, who submitted it to us? Is that
Who submitted to it and where it actually came from in terms of the crime scene, if you know, and whether it's listed in your reporting?
It was identified to us as having being taken off of a truck.
And do you know the police department that submitted it to you?
May I refer to minutes?
You can.
It was submitted by the Glenn County Police Department.
And in your job, you get submissions from all over the state, is that right?
We do.
While we're talking about fibers, are fibers transferable between different objects?
Yes, they are. Anytime any two objects come into contact with each other, there's the potential for fibers to transfer off of one item onto the other and vice versa.
Like if you have a sweatshirt on or a sweater on, and you take it off, there might be some fibers on the t-shirt underneath. Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
Now, do these fibers, does it matter what the object is in order for a transfer to happen? Are some objects easier to get transfer onto?
So generally speaking, the items are...
Relevant and generally speaking. If you have an opinion about this particular case, we'd like to hear it.
I can narrow it down, but I mean, I think in general, she's able to explain the process of transfer, and then we can narrow it to a specific part of this case.
Again, if she's going to render opinions in this case on this evidence, that's great. We want to hear it. If she's just going to generally talk about things that are not relevant to this case, then we would object.
I understood the question. She was explaining the process. If that's the case, great. But if we're just talking about other cases generally or other experience outside of this case, it's sustained. But if it is to explain her method or opinion, why don't you just restate the question?
Sure. Do you know how easy it would be to transfer cotton type fibers to a truck?
Back to the form of the question. If she's got an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, that's fine. But if this is anecdotal testimony from personal observations that are not peer reviewed, we've got a problem with that.
She tested the fibers.
She tested the fibers.
It's sustained.
When fibers are transferred from a garment to another object, you have to take into account the texture of the items in question. So for example, a fuzzy sweater is going to transfer fibers a lot more easily than say a windbreaker jacket. So a t-shirt would be somewhere in the middle. When you're transferring onto a hard surface, there's less likely to transfer a lot of fibers onto a smooth hard surface like a car than it would be onto like a more textured surface.
does the amount of fibers left behind on an object have any correlation to strength of, let me rephrase it.
Your Honor, I don't object to suggest we take this matter up outside the presence of the jury.
What's the objection, Mr. Goff?
Your Honor, if she has an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty, I have no problem with that. But this is a fishing expedition. I object to it. I'm just looking, and I'm basing that based on the report I received in this case.
As long as
She's a question.
she needs to present a foundation, you can testify as long as there's a foundation. Go ahead.
Are you able to determine how long an object was on another object based on the amount of fibers left? Generally, science-based.
I cannot determine with absolute certainty how long items were in contact. I can say that the longer that items are in contact, the more likely there is to be more fibers transferred.
Let's talk about the second analysis you did. Okay. What was that second analysis?
I was asked to perform a general materials analysis, which is basically the identification of an unknown material.
Okay. And where did that material come from that you were asked to analyze?
It was identified as coming from the armpit of the body
And the body of whom?
of Ahmaud Arbery.
And what analysis did you perform and what were your results?
I performed, so I examined the material using our stereo microscope, our low powered microscope, and also a higher powered microscope. I also analyzed it using the instrumental technique I mentioned before, FTIR, to look at the structure of the material. And I found that it was characteristic of botanical material. So this is plant material. It can be things like wood or bark or leaves, pine straw, that type of material.
And where did you receive this material from again?
This material was received from our medical examiner's office.
And once you're done with your analysis of any case that you get in, okay, once you're done, does it go through a secondary process to determine whether or not you believe that, it was accurate and that sort of thing?
Yes, every case it goes through a peer review process. So a second examiner will look at all of our notes and data and our report and make sure everything supports the findings.
And was that done in this case?
It was.
And do you believe that you followed all your standard protocols and procedures when it came to both of these analyses?
I did.
And once you're done doing the analysis, do you document your findings in some sort of report or notes?
Yes, I have notes for the case file that we retain in our computer system, and then I will issue a report on the matter.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And for the purposes of the record, what is your case number for both of your reports?
The case number is 2020-6001183.
Just one moment. Ms. Kisarab, do you happen to know where that botanical matter came from?
It was identified to us as having come from
You said the armpit was
the left armpit area.
Okay. But before that, you don't know where it came from?
No, I do not.
Judge, at this time, the state will pass the witness subject to redirect.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Good afternoon.
My name's Kevin Goff. I represent Mr. Bryan. I have just a few questions for you.
Okay.
A moment ago, did I hear you tell the jury that, excuse me, that you can't say definitely that the cotton fibers came from the shirt attributed to Mr. Arbery?
That's correct.
Okay. But your report doesn't say, that's not the words in your report, are they?
I reported out that I could not eliminate these fibers as having come from the shirt.
Okay. Well, would you not agree there's a huge chasm between the words in your report about you can't eliminate the possibility that the fibers came from the shirt to today when you say that you can't say definitively that they did come from the shirt? Those are conclusions in two completely opposite directions, aren't they?
Well, no, so I can't eliminate those as having come from the shirt. That is also true that I can't say they absolutely did come from the shirt. Those are not exclusionary of each other.
Logically, they're not, but they certainly convey different ideas, don't they?
I hope that I have conveyed properly the idea that I cannot eliminate these.
And of course, you examined fibers that were identified as having come from the driver's side of truck, correct?
Yes, that is what they were identified to us.
You were
as.
not asked to examine or compare any fibers recovered from either the front or the back of that truck.
To my knowledge, no other fibers were recovered.
Okay. Now, sheet metal is a smoother surface.
That's correct.
I believe that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
What about grills? Are they all smooth?
They have a smooth surface. Potentially things could get caught in areas of a grill.
Hood ornaments, also not smooth.
They do have some sharper edges.
Bumpers have sharper edges.
Again, depending on the area,
Back bumpers have sharper edges.
they can.
Okay. So in the end, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, what you've told the jury, essentially stripped of everything else, is that these fibers may or may not have come from Mr. Arbery's shirt.
They are consistent in all their properties. They could have come from this shirt, but they also could have come from another source possessing fibers of the same characteristics.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. She also subject to recall?
No, Judge, we're okay on that.
All right. You are released. Thank you, ma'am.
I thought we were keeping all of it subject to recall.
If you want it, we can keep it, right?
We'll keep her subject to recall.
She just walked out the room. Make sure someone gets her the message.
We know where she works.
We can find her. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're a good place to break for lunch. We're going to take a 1-hour recess. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here right about 1 o'clock for a continuation of the evidence in this case.
All rise for the jury.
As a man, you have a lot of responsibilities in life, man. No matter what it is, any obstacle, any mountain, any hill, any bump in the road, you don't let nothing stop you, man. no matter what it takes, man. Anything easy in life, you would never respect. A test is just a setup for a testimony. Yeah. You can't call yourself a man if you're ready to quit. Trust me, I know. I've been there. Talk to him, nigga. I know all about the struggle, homie. Cause I did it. And I went through it. I never gave up, no matter what. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I'm sick of these suckers, they taking the law in their hand. Trying to get me a chopper cause nobody following the fucking laws of the land. How do they call you a man? You really a bitch, you be calling your friend. And when we go jogging, you calling it in. You not a man, you really a trend. I had enough of a man. These trumpets I blow don't belong in a band. I'ma give him the smoke, I'ma blow up his head. I'ma empty the clip, make sure that he dead. My pencil mechanical stacked with the lead. I'm a radical when I done ran out of meds. I will detach your neck from your head. My bandana red. Let's go. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up, no matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. I feel like just taking a jog, running a couple of blocks. Put on my bandana, grab me a tee. Put on my shoes and my socks. When I work out, I just like to go hard. I should be sick cause my name is Ahmaud. I never bother nobody, they won't bother me. That's just the way of the law. Now who would've thought I would face such a cause? The neighbors, they just started making these calls. They telling the peoples I'm breaking it home. I pray to God that I just make it home. I came by myself so I'm running alone. Somebody is calling me, what do they want? I'm looking behind me, I'm seeing a truck. In the back of the truck is a man with a gun. So I do what I do and continue to run. They pull up beside me, they cutting me off. The man in the back, he begin to jump off. I protected myself before he could let off. But he pulled the trigger and that's when I would fall. 2 shots in my body, I knew I was gone. They could have left me alone. I wish I was on. I'm on my way to the throne. What up, Ahmaud? I'm running with you. No matter what. Let's go. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. The racists, they thought they was getting away. No sir, no way. Y'all gotta pay. Ain't no play. Put some respect on his name. Hey, we calling for change. Gotta get rid of that DA. She evil like a goddamn slave. We gotta get her gone. Made the bitch leave this state. That writer tried to plead this case. Got him locked up, had to leave his place. Should've seen his face. He's scared, so he gon' turn state. Now he running from the KKK. Now I heard Travis called you a nigga to your face. As your body laid down, that's a goddamn shame. But your mom stepped up. She was amazing. That new law should be named after her baby. Hey, never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. You will never make me run. Never wanna give it up. No matter what. I'ma just fight till I'm done. You will never make me run. No matter what. Hey.
Arrests have been made in the death of Ahmaud Arbery, the African-American man shot and killed by 2 armed white men while jogging through a South Georgia neighborhood.
Well, Jeff, around 8 o'clock, we learned that GBI arrested father and son Gregory and Travis McMichael for the death of Ahmaud Arbery. Both men have been charged with murder and aggravated assault.
The community is demanding answers.
Ahmaud carried the most humblest spirit. Ahmaud was kind. He was well-mannered. Ahmaud, most of all, was loved by his family and peers. I mean, Ahmaud didn't deserve to go the way that he went.
This got to stop.
And that just was enough.
100, bro. And guess what? I take my life if anybody say anything different about Quay. Because whatever he got is yours. And, you know, and I think that's the stuff that really eat my family up because of how he lost his life. Man, you can accept death through an accident. You know, if he lost his life through an accident, car wreck, or whatever, old timers or whatever, you can accept that right there. But the way he lost his life, man, it's hard to accept. You can't swallow that pill there.
Got my dogs on my back, got these scars on my back. Over time, things seem to get easier. So much trauma on my mind. Hey, Zeus! But never as fast as you need it to be. Scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. Long live aid. Trauma on my mind. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Damn. Let it flow and hope it speak to him. Yeah, let it flow and hope it speak to him. Gotta reach him. Things happen for a reason, but why I feel like angels out here dying instead of demons, and why I feel like all the real niggas out here leaving. Chest shot, point blank, body hit the cement. This shit egregious. Play position, forever winning, they can't forget it. This tunnel vision with no division, I see it vivid. Just reminiscing on when them funds was insufficient. How far we come, so far to go, look at the distance. We've been running for a long time. Dark clouds, but I still see a silver line. Down south in them trenches, boy, you know the vibe. They ask what team be the realest, boy, you know it's mine. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Damn, tears in my cup, pain in my blunt, trying to release some anger, she can feel it when I come, jigging off a pill, got my body feeling numb. Niggas getting killed in these streets over none. Shot him in the chest, can't even go out for a run. Knee to the neck while he was crying for his mom. Trauma on my mind from homicides on my mind. Praying to a God like, why you let my homie die, huh? How I'm supposed to live if I'm still fighting to survive, huh? How I trust the system that ain't meant for me to thrive, huh? Resume on point, but I still get denied, huh? Life real different when you're missing blue eyes. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back. Got my dogs on my back, got they paws on my back, got these scars on my back, a lot of scars on my back. I got Ahmaud on my mind, I got trauma in my head, really hurting bottom line and she ain't never coming back.
Personally against Mr. Sharpton. My concern is that it's one thing for the family to be present, it's another thing to ask for the lawyers to be present, but if we're going to start a precedent, starting yesterday, we're going to bring high-profile members of the African-American community into the courtroom to sit with the family during the trial in the presence of the jury, I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to pressure, could be consciously or unconsciously, an attempt to pressure or influence the jury. To my knowledge, Reverend Al Sharpton has no church in Glenn County, but we have all kinds of people. We have school board members, we have county commissioners, we have all kinds of pastors in this town, over 100. There's only so many pastors they can have, and if their pastor's Al Sharpton right now, that's fine, but then that's it. We don't want any more black pastors coming in here, or other, Jesse Jackson, whoever was in here earlier this week.
Everything that come out my motherfucking mouth is hard, nigga!
Kevin, this is nice.
Sharpton managed to find his way into the back. Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present. Another thing to ask for the Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson. Sharpton. Sharpton managed to find his way into the back. Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present. Another thing to ask for Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson. We're going to bring high-profile members into the courtroom. I believe that's intimidating, and it's an attempt to influence the jury. Influence the jury. Reverend Al Sharpton influence the jury. Jesse Jackson influence the jury. The African American's family understand my concern about bringing people in. Don't have any politics with the victim's family. Understand there's only so many pastors they can have. We don't want any more black pastors. Black pastors. We have county commissioners. We have all kinds of pastors trying to influence the jury. Over 100. The idea that we're going to be pastors, obviously Al Sharpton right now, that's fine. That's it. We don't want any more black pastors. Jesse Jackson, black pastors. Pastor Sharpton managed to find his way into the back. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present. Another thing to ask for the Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson. Sharpton managed to find his way into the back. Al Sharpton. I have nothing personally against Al Sharpton. My concern is Al Sharpton. One thing for the family to be present. Another thing to ask for Al Sharpton. Jesse Jackson.
Everything that come out my motherfucking mouth is hard, nigga.
Al Sharpton, I'm sick of these black pastors. Cuz, what does that mean? Hey, Crucial K, the emoji man, you the emoji woman. What's going on, fam? Back for day 7 of the Ahmaud Arbery trial. And there's a bunch of foolishness going on, as everyone can see. They're trying to get this damn trial thrown out, make it a mistrial, all that bullshit. It's obvious. We see it. Shalom to everybody that's in the building who came here, who woke up before me, because I be up so goddamn late. But I appreciate y'all for sliding through. We see Kevin is back at his antics. Pointing out, and this is what I don't understand. He pointed out that Jesse Jackson mask is around under his nose or whatever. And I'm looking at people who don't even have a fucking mask on, period. So what the fuck they got to do with anything? So they let you know what he's doing. They definitely let me know what he's doing. That shit's starting to annoy the fuck out of me, I can tell you that. But I dropped the link for anybody want to come up here and voice their opinion. If not, cool. No issue at all. Listen, says she's a devil sitting up that line. There's a place in heaven. There's a place in heaven for her as well. Yeah, unfortunately, it is. Yeah, they're going to try anything. They're going to try anything. Shalom, everybody. Shout out to kings and queens in the building. What's going on, kings and queens? Yeah. Shining lights in the building. Thought you was a ghost of the day shining light. Good job. Goddamn eyeballs. Goddamn eyeballs. Might have to catch up on this lingo. Let's get to another jam. Here come the legend. Angels Cry.
so special.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Angels steady crying cause they see my people murdered. Crackers trying tactics that way's always unheard of. Big dogs and lock chains, man, they used to burn us. And the shit was so crazy that they used to hunt us. Now my people getting murdered in the streets for running. I'm tired of the racing niggas like we nothing. Promise they won't be too happy once a nigga start busting. But that's what they wanna see, a black man caged up in jails and penitentiaries. I swear the system meant to fuck us. Ran by some white man sporting them Benjamin buttons, followed by that white militia that's known to do some handcuffing. Like the Greek freak in Milwaukee, I'm finna start bucking. Thinking that they could control us, they finna start something. 400 years of oppression, now we had enough. Can't you feel the pressure of my people that's finna erupt? Try to be a friendly foe, now we finna power up.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
I'm not doing a bad thing. I'm actually was telling the truth. I just got nervous. That's why I was acting stupid at one point. You just gotta believe me, because I'm actually telling the truth. I'm not trying to lie. I just got nervous.
See, I'm a mother, a sister, a cousin, a friend. How you screaming all lives matter with privileged skin? And if we matter, why we can't just jog for fun? Without these stupid motherfuckers chasing us with guns. And why we can't sleep peaceful in our homes at night? You bust in, we bust back, and we lose a life. Lose our right, can't even protect our home. I'm screaming, arrest them bitches till they dead or gone. See, I don't know the pain the mama's feeling, but every day I pray for your mental healing, cause it'll be hell if we started killing. But two wrongs don't make a right. I tell my son all officers not bad and every racist isn't white. So see the truth and know how to move, cause they gon' do what they do, regardless of how perfect that record view. And no reaction is the safest when they provoking you. Like damn, could you take a jog in our shoes? Could you afford to lose?
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Welcome to the last days. Shit is spooky. I'd rather riot, fuck marching. That shit is goofy. All these crackers, my enemies. I'm unruly. Footage of me killing cops. I'm making movies. My halo cracked, my wings are broken. I'm going out like a soldier with my barrel smoking. Revelations in my clip, nigga. I'm not joking. Get biblical in this bitch. I'm Holy Ghosting. Every nigga that was lynched is a cop I'm yoking. Eye for eye, you witnessing slaves revoking. Too late to wave white flag. Shit is in motion. When I hit officer down, I'm champagne toasting. Blame America for making me nigga with no emotions. You are the father, ask Maury Povich. I never seen a man cry till I seen a man die. I'm a southern boy, of course pigs are fried.
Another body slain in the street, and we've been needing change, needing peace. We dying, we can't take it no further. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels crying, they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Look into my eyes, tell me what you see. It's a cold, cold world, ain't nobody left for me and a few more others. Brothers of the struggle, struggling we strive to rise from the rubble. Faced with the opposition, mission on deck. Organize and unify, so we ride, nigga bet. We gon' size up the threat, slide on they set. Lords don't decipher some old vets. G's to the B's, I be choose to manifest on some grown folk shit. Nigga said with your chest, leaning to the extreme where the scene's nothing less. Homie
bouncing on the beam, on the scene in the vest. Strapped up, shouted with a 40 in extension. Blowing on some mid in the middle of the tension. All that attention when the OG speak. For Ahmaud Arbery, niggas rolling so deep. Hey,
another body slain.
If I was you and you was me,
we've been needing change.
Who would you be?
Peace. We done, we can't take it no
because we are one and the same.
Heard the angels cry and they scream murder, murder. Heard the angels cry and they scream murder, murder. Oh, you hear them angels crying.
Body to be global.
It's like we losing our people every day. 'Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away. I'm sick of dealing with this nonsense. I'm really thinking Satan's appetite is bottomless. Yeah, he tried it then, but we gon' get up out of this. Satan, you a coward and the government is siding with him. But one thing about it, my God is merciful, true, and two things.
Y'all check this out. Well, missed it. So happened to see it. I stay tuned. I'm pretty sure he was addressing what was going on in the courtroom, but we'll go back to the music.
Body to be global.
It's like we losing our people every day. 'Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away. I'm sick of dealing with this nonsense. I'm really thinking Satan's appetite is bottomless. Yeah, he tried it then, but we gon' get up out of this. Satan, you a coward and the government is siding with him. But one thing about it, my God is merciful, true. And two things about it, he's still working for. You took my mom, you took a whole lot of black women. Now we behind this, gon' take some time to get back in it. Yeah, we black, but are we that different? To send a virus to our people to make them go missing. It's like they trying to keep my people sitting in detention. They put this virus on this earth, but they forgot to mention. I really need my spiritual people to listen. 'Cause this is only the beginning, this is never ending. And for my people in my cities, know I'm riding with you. And I'm riding to the end. It's like we losing our people every day. 'Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away.
It's time to pray. In this time and stay, gotta dig deep down for faith. 'Cause I know a lot of people that done lost their way, had lost their faith. God, if it gon' come down, right now it's time. Everybody around me down, 'cause I'm tired of crying. I don't wanna give up and don't believe. I'm trying. My brother from another mother lost his brother. And that same brother from another mother lost his mother. That make us ask you why. We die. It'll turn to thunder and rain. We still on earth, we got days. Still gotta keep on wishing and maintain. I believe it's a better place than this earth we own. I'm feeling like boom. I hope we see y'all at the cross.
lost road. If I knew for sure I could be in a better place than this state, I would take off and try to get to the front gates, and I hope I got a space. And we pray, and we pray, and we pray, and we pray every day, every day, every day, every day to stay strong and move on. Cause we ain't got no place that we can go and escape by our heads. Let's pray.
Cause anywhere that we go, we ain't safe. It became such a long line as they wait at the gate. They talk about wearing masks, but we must pray. Our people are fading away. Check out this next video. Pay attention.
In order for you and me to devise some kind of method or strategy to offset some of the events or repetition of the events, we have to go to the root. We have to go to the cause. Dealing with the condition itself is not enough. And it is because of our effort toward getting straight to the root that people oftentimes think we are dealing in hate.
We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate, you should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? The white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel, and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk. Stop sweet talking him. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down.
Trey made this beat.
Goddamn DJ with another.
Looking for the peace, but we know pain is so strong, so strong. But we keep holding on, holding on, holding on. I'm sick of getting peace and pain. Anything wrong, we blame. Killed because of his race. Why do we deal with the pain when nobody taking the blame? It's time that we change up the game. It's time that they feel our pain. Look at the media. Look at what they feeding us. Them fuckers don't believe in us. Look how they be treating us. Took a minute minute, but I'm happy cause our people finally speaking up. Malcolm X, he was a leader. I think it's time we grab the heat. They gotta stand up for our people, cause this shit is getting deeper. If our people cannot breathe, then they people cannot either. If our people cannot jog, then we taking off they sneakers. If I'm running for Ahmaud, then I'm fighting for Kanika and Brianna. Swear to God, man, it's fucked up how they done and how they did my nigga George and had him calling for his mama. Would you feel if motherfuckers always try to keep you under? Tell the truth, I guess a fuck you motherfucker. Man, fuck you motherfucker.
But we know pain is so strong, so strong. But we keep holding on, holding on, holding on. I'm sick of getting pissed and bad. Anything wrong, we blame. But we still holding on, holding on, holding on. But we know we gotta be strong, be strong, be strong. And keep on holding on, holding on. We gotta be so strong, so strong. And keep on holding on, holding
Body to beat global. And we're damaged.
Goddamn DJ with another.
Pain that Richard Freisen is feeling twofold. His sister was the first to die in Illinois from coronavirus, and then just days later, he lost another sister.
Well, the first sister, Patricia, she was compromised and vulnerable. And when she called and told us that she had some breathing issues, it's not something we hadn't heard before. Her death, while tragic, is just devastating for us. On the same day we learned of her death, though, my other sister was checking herself into the ER for a cough that she had. And that one took us by surprise, because she was a lot healthier and just didn't expect her to go.
Take him. Body to beat global. And we're damaged.
Gotta stay woke, stay woke. If we gonna make it, if we gonna make it, baby. Cause the government, they try to break us, break us. We gotta stay woke, stay woke. If we gonna make it, if we gonna make it, baby. Cause the government,
first of all, gotta stay in my ground. No gun, better put your hands up now. The motherfuckers steady laying us down. Even though we got rights, they ain't hearing that now. Now they try to kill a nigga with a virus, and they expect the motherfucker to be silent. Goddamn, and these motherfuckers wild. Truth be told, they the ones violent. Nigga running out of breath like mileage. Kids out of school, they can't even go to college. Why would you create these problems? Man, I really hate these cowards. They get the wrong motherfucker power. They had another access, why do we doubt them? Motherfucker, tell me, why do you trust them? Huh? Why the country just drowning? Tell me this, do you know what that sound like? Probably not, cause your ass ain't brown, right? You don't want a nigga around, right? That's real shit, bitch. This is not a soundbite. I filter my thoughts and I process them. Look what you did to my ancestors. They hoping a nigga lose hope. Bitch, you a joke. You gotta stay woke, stay woke. If we gonna make it, if we gonna make it, baby. Cause the government, they try to rape us. We gotta stay woke, stay woke. If we gonna make it, if we gonna make it, baby. Cause the government, they try to rape us. They tryna rape us, my nigga. With no lubrication, my nigga. Ain't no debating, they taking away. Education is so blatant, my nigga. Think about what we've been facing, my nigga. All of the lies that's been taken, my nigga. Wake up, you gotta start praying, my nigga. And I pray that my niggas will stand up for your fam. We gotta stand like a man. Fuck them, I don't give a damn. If we gon' fight, then we gotta throw hands. Like a thief in the night, gotta take back the land. They keeping secrets, they holding their hands. They folding, I know what I call them, the clan. If you ain't noticed, they holding their band. Cause my people, we keeping the foot in their ass. Just know that my people, we coming in packs. We know that martial law coming with straps. We know y'all got a chip off in them vacs. They think that we stupid because we are black. So listen here, Jack. We been enslaved for a while. What the fuck can you say to me now? It's about time that we get off the ground. Whether black or brown. We gotta stay woke, stay woke. If we gonna make it, if we gonna make it, baby. Cause the government, they try to rape us. We gotta stay woke, stay woke. If we gonna make it, if we gonna make it, baby. Cause the government, they try to rape us. We gotta stay woke. We gotta stay woke. If we gonna make it.
Pandemic is worse than corona.
Hey, man. Ja, boy, you stupid, man. I just read what the hell you said. Boy, you is stupid. He said name it Adderall.
Work hard. Be somebody. And be something more than what you see in the mirror. Let the world be your mirror.
Time for another trend. Instead of glorifying the evil, help your brother win. Shit, I'm sick of seeing what we now defend. What we used to call lame niggas jumping in. Like you the devil's friend. Need to tuck that shovel in. Cause that grave that you digging, niggas helping him. It ain't no wealth in sin. Go ahead and mail it in. Cause I'ma defend this melanin skin I'm in. The clever you is, the better the man you is. Instead of a bid, why don't you take care of your kids? I guess you ain't noticed that we losing, friend. Try picking up a book and read it through the end. Can't let the news tell you who you is. Cause they just make us out of fools and we just let them win. That pussy Trump war the devil's friend. But guess who let him in? It was us in the end. If you ever pay attention, it seems like we glorify the bullshit. We praise all the evil shit that's being done to us, whether it's done to us on a racist standpoint or it's done to us by us. You feel what I'm saying? I think a lot of people don't realize how much power we have to change what we see. The wind starts in your mind, but it's not a breeze. Proper planning and belief can take you to your dream. And what you think is what you really see. So negative thoughts gon' bring negativity. We living in these last days, ain't the time that you play. We gotta knock down these barricades. But we say we want better days. But take your mind off the bullshit like who got on the better J's. Take some time and try to meditate. We in the hole, you gotta know. If it's a God, then it's a better way. And them haters, just let them hate. If you in favor, they can't escape. We all got a day to fade. Respect your blood, like my jeans is a plate. I'm full of soul, keep my food on my plate. Can't be a fool, cause it's rude when they awake. And the Jakes at your plate and put that light in your face. Now you might have missed that. But that light should have been turned on a long time ago, bro. But we so focused on the wrong shit. Shit that don't do us no good, mean us no good. You shouldn't be competing with nobody with the same color skin that you have, you feel me? Because we already up against the 8 ball. You feel what I'm saying? It's time we open up our eyes, man. Boss.
Body to be global. And we ain't playing with you.
It's a storm coming. Stay in your lane, nigga. Run. Keep running. That's right. Yeah. Keep running. I'm tryna stretch my legs, spread my wings, let a nigga breathe. They try to tell me my world is flat, so I won't leave. They feed us alcohol and drugs and will harass me breathe. Trap you in that backward cycle, you cannot succeed. This is only the surface, believe me, shit get deep. I'm just a poor righteous teacher, quiet please as I preach. Distract you with material shit, rock you to sleep. Replace your faith with doubt, you too pussy to leave.
That's real. In my mind spinning on this hamster wheel of confusion. No filter, I done took the mask off, fuck it, I'm only human. People looking like they never been through it. Lies. I can see the doubt in their eyes, I'm at the point, it's no surprise to me. I grew accustomed to a slew of suckers planting sucker seeds. Cross them over like I'm at the rucker, what the fuck you mean? Same movie, just a different lens to enhance the scene. I'm pondering on a plan, I just hope I don't squander it. I can't fail, they don't wanna do nothing but give you hell. I'm one step from the finish line, but I'm running in circles.
One step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
You didn't know that they was playing the game? Remove the physical ones. Apply the mental change. They'll be stronger and they'll last longer. Making these niggas this many aroma. As strong as ammonia, light up the marijuana. Now that we brainwashed and we chasing our tails, till we was born to lose and that we supposed to fail. Look at all our gals, talk about looking at all this ass of mine. Then they screenshot the thirst. My nigga, that's asinine. Back in my prime, I used to move major work. But niggas was shooting at me on blocks that we ain't on. Talking about claim and turn. Niggas wanna do dirt, but never did scope the sentence. Thought that he would never tell to you when you say and a nigga your co-defendant. Shit get real when that time's evolved. Nigga be facing 30 and ended with 3. Turn me in to get his time dissolved. Man, the deal feels like I've been running for days. Running for miles, I've been running in place. Man, I wish I could be running away. Delayed.
I'm breaking the shackles, I'm taking them bastards. They say it's a highway to heaven, so I'm climbing the ladder. They say money is evil, so I guess I'm shaping the battle. Placed in poverty, it really bothers me, it's making me madder. Well, my castle, just cause I'm rapping, it don't make me a hazard. Making movements just like a Buddhist, but they pushing us backward. Ain't no crickets, we hearing laughter. Never skim through the chapters. If I'm dreaming, just let me capture. Let me sleep until after. That's when I master the things I practice. See a mattress, a casket, you just dreaming, you not believing. Take a crack at the tactic. See, we lacking no satisfaction. These classes we never pass. Don't be clueless, stop all subtractions. We rulers, never been baggage. They say we savages, man. They say violence is what we practice. Bite action, don't deal with static. That dumb shit can't let them have it. We riding deep off in traffic. They swear we moving up back. And I'm sick or tired of these baggers harassing my people. It's time to get at them.
One step forward, two steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, one step forward, two steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
Please spaceman, don't hurt him. My circle at the circus of the circles we've been rolling. Picks us up quick, spiraling, get enough just to get by. Can be tiring, right? In a hamster wheel, and it feels like it's real, but an Ampix deal, you get back what you firing. We blow it up, circle dot dot, putting out the strongest energy, gets us back where we desiring. You thinking outside the box while I figure how to box out the side of my ops, make them try again. It's all cyclical. If there ever was a man to break out of the circle that we're trapped in, then I am him. Asleep haters, I am tired of him. A teenager took a bullet at my homie, yeah, I bled on him. The same cycle every Harlem hood over. Bring your life for others, warrior, you are a good soldier. Mission complete, then you started it over. Same beef, same street, same drug, it's over. Great feats, waist deep, we work hard to get over. Take 360 and geometric order. Yes, filling the angles, and sing with the angels. My circle was an Elias table. And these are the same dudes we heat that'll bang you. Your circle ain't as strong as we all are. That's right, we're killing the game fools. It's cool when the gang dude. I've been the hardest Harlem is brought up. Yes, now BSM came through. I feel that the same two. We circle like a shark in the water. Again, now BSM came through. I feel that the same two. We circle like a shark in the water. Again, now BSM came through. I feel that the same two. We circle like a shark in the water.
One step forward, two steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles, one step forward, two steps back. Every time I have a dream, they say I can't do that. It's like a dead end everywhere. Or you trap in a trap. They turn God into a slave and then a damn lab rat. Running in circles.
That's what you heard. I ain't been watching the Rittenhouse case. Too much focus on this Ahmaud one because that would mean a little bit more to me. But hey, you got info, I'm damn sure want to listen because I want to see how they treat him in that case. Motherfuckers. Yeah, you gotta look at these trials and see how the judge and the lawyers, prosecutors, and all that, how they handle it. And we know it's a racial issue here in America. If it wasn't, nobody wouldn't say shit about it. Shit just getting old as fuck, if you ask me. Like, you gotta be one ignorant. And that goes for white or black. Ignorant motherfucker not to like somebody for their color. You know how stupid that sound? You sound dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. That's just me. It's just ignorance, man. You should hate evil is what you should hate. Evil motherfuckers. That's what I hate. Not hate. Strongly dislike. My grandma taught me better than that. And then I go play nigga.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America. Welcome to America. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I'm your neighborhood nigga. America label me nigga. I'm melanated, I'm blessed. America say I'm a nigga. Original man, oh yes. In America label a nigga. My genes are dominant, yes. But America say I'm a nigga. I'm the image of God in the flesh. But America say I'm a nigga.
You hate the devil, then you hate yourself. And you curse yourself with every breath. Off in the church, and it don't hurt that you walk on your knees and you give it the worst. To that white man in the sky, words become spells, and now I know why. For once they say that he died, and he got blind hair and blue eyes. These are the lies they keep telling them. 666, that mean meddling. I see why they hate. We had a representation of Satan. Live in the flesh, they know where you at if they put on your neck. They sterilizing women numbers in check. You claim to know who you are. I don't even think you know where you at. Respect, a nigga ain't never gonna get that. At least to a nigga get his leg back. They murdered and slayed us for years, and niggas is sipping on biz at the kickback. Drinking on Henny on holidays. Nigga, they lied in a lot of ways. It seems these niggas is proud to be slaves. Nigga, that's nowadays.
I'm melanated, I'm blessed. America call me a nigga. The original man, oh yes. In America labeled a nigga. My genes are dominant, yes. But America say I'm a nigga. I'm the image of God in the flesh. But America say I'm a nigga.
I'm so confused on how did they choose the race that they wanted to lose. They make us out of food, but what did we do? I need them to auto this tune. The question lies inside. Every other breath is a homicide. Just another nigga with a mama grind. When you head of that nigga, don't you tell no lie. I might as well sell this ride. You gon' pull a nigga over every time I drive. We just another nigga inside. Just a little soul food for a black man mind. Like the blacks can't see. They be acting like this a place the blacks can't be. Say a nigga got freedom, but they taking our school. Sound like another nigga to me. They won't let a nigga be. Fat take the letter G, that's a better me. But some motherfuckers think they scaring me. Want a better G? Yeah, I put a couple words to a beat. You can put a couple nerds on the street, but the cracker won't leave. Call me Nate Goose, I'm the king. I am the truth you can see. I am the proof on the beat. But to you I'm a nigga. This what you call a defeat. Nigga.
They say that it never change in my lifetime. I'm trying, but I feel the same. Crooked America put a stain on our mind frames. Got us still stuck in a chain. And the only difference is nowadays change come in a different form. Street ties to extend the wicked arms. Gotta divide us cause they don't wanna see us swarm. Love a nigga when a nigga doing what you want. Hate a nigga when he shine, try to block sun. Hats off to the minstrel show. Earn stripes what it's like when a pistol blow. And that's full circle. Families where it starts. Wanna hit the road but they only wanna see you park. This a dark road and the outlook spooky. Real life soundtrack to the Get Out movie. Ooh wee.
I'm melanated, I'm blessed. America call me a nigga. The original man, oh yes. In America labeled a nigga. My genes are dominant, yes. But America say I'm a nigga. I'm the image of God in the flesh. But America say I'm a nigga.
Drum dummy, drum dummy, drum dummy.
All of my thugs in the ghetto. Can you hear what I'm saying? All of my thugs really get it. Play that bitch. I said fuck holiday. All of my feel the need of the most.
I understand what it's like coming up in the ghetto. You don't really want to settle, but life is an instrumental. So you start in the beginning, then you end up in the middle. That's a verse and that's a hook, but every rhyme is not a riddle. And I remember in the kitchen, my mama was doing dishes. I was telling her my wishes. She told me get on my mission. I went to school and I got busy. I started seeing my vision, then my spirit started lifting. I really could tell the difference. I really have to commend her. My mama made me a winner. See, I was born in the ghetto, and that made a born sinner. But that made me go and get it. Still going, I ain't finished. Ain't no boundaries, ain't no limit. Never content. I ain't with it. I ain't with it. So many I can't call it. The block it got really wild. Many bitches I couldn't count them. Drinking bottle after bottle till it felt like a nigga drowning. Then I lost my nigga Terrence. God damn, it was bad. Got love for his dad. Mr. Dave, he the man. Rick Logan did his thing. I remember before he passed. And then Domingo came to the crib. Then he got blasted. Yeah, we came up from the ghetto. No, we never had a he considered us a bunch of
This is dedicated to the ghetto.
This for my niggas at the guard. Let's go. I gotta say rest in peace to all my people we lost, man. Shorty Dewar, Danielle, Terrence, Rick Logan, Domingo, Hope, my homie Candy. Yeah. Man, we miss y'all, man. We love y'all. We'll never forget y'all, man. Rest easy. One love. From your big homie, man.
Well, it might be an all-white jury, but these motherfuckers late like niggas is there. But I swear to God, I'm bullshit. Ain't up 2 minutes late. Yeah. Hey, Ja. He said he's trying to get you to join convert you to the family, huh? But Ja, you on one this morning, ain't it? I ain't mad at you, bro. As we wait for them to come back from recess, I pray to God we ain't got to hear no more of this bullshit. What up, man? Job, boy, you wildin' this morning, ain't it, man? That nigga said you should name that.
Bro, you gotta make yourself laugh sometimes, but this shit is funny.
Hey, boy, I was switching over songs. I had to stop that shit. Did he say what I think he just said?
Bro, this shit is funny, bro. Like, nah, I said it because, first of all, I just try to find things to try to make me happy because there's so much stuff that I don't even put out. Like, I stopped putting out everything that go on now because I don't want to make it seem like I'm a negative Nancy, but there's so much shit that goes against, and people always wondering. Like, I know you said it one time, like every show is not like the same, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes we just chilling, just vibing, but it's so much shit that go on, you know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I try to make myself happy. I try to make myself laugh, you know what I'm saying? And it'd be the subtle things that make me laugh, that make me happy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And but with that being said, I was sitting out at the park yesterday, to be exact. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the first time this happened. It's like been happening like on and on, you know. And it's funny. They think that I'm trying to pick up a woman at a park. Hell no. I'm not trying to pick no woman up at the park. That means you got kids, and if your husband not there, he not involved. You know what I'm saying? Or else he will be at the park playing with y'all. Nah, that ain't my type. You get what I'm saying? But I see how they try to parade them around me. because a lot of shit, and I can say this. I know some people on the outside might be looking like, nah, you might be tripping. No, I know I know what they trying to do because, first of all, a lot of black men, most of the time, the reason why black men get with white women is because it allows them to forget about the problems and the stress that they have to go through. It makes it a little easier, you know what I'm saying? Because I got cousins, I got family, my family, which is kind of the reason why I don't fuck with them. Like, they mess with too many white people. They mess with, like, you know what I'm saying? My cousin, he a sheriff, and he got, you know what I'm saying, he with a white girl, you know, type, and that's the reason. And literally, that dude that's a sheriff, that nigga was like the more thuggish nigga in my whole family, and they changed that nigga around completely. You know what I'm saying? So I know what it be like. So it's kind of like, and what I mean by I haven't been putting everything out there. Cops, they fuck with me on a daily. I think they know more about me than I think they know about me. You know what I'm saying? So they fuck with me on a daily. They try to, you know what I'm saying, try to find a way to try to get at me. And it's
So,
like, when I say a daily, I mean a daily.
so
So
if they know about you like that, bro, you must be doing things in your city, not just on YouTube, for them to know about you.
I'm the only one in my city that stands out. And plus, like, my dad was known in the city for speaking out for the black community. See,
Okay.
it all has to stem from your parents. My dad was like, when I say this, I'm saying this like I'm bragging on my dad. I don't give a fuck. That nigga knew 7 different languages. Like, and for he was an older cat too. So back in his day, you know what I'm saying, he graduated high school at 16, you know what I'm saying? And back in his day, if you wanted to, like, pursue school and pursue getting the knowledge and getting, you know what I'm saying, you would actually have to want that. Nowadays, it seems like they try to push you to get an education, but back then you would actually have to want an education to go to college at 17. You know what I'm saying? So my father was very intelligent. He was in a newspaper all the time around here. Like, he was not a pastor or a preacher, but he was in the pulpit. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, you know, my father set the footsteps for me here. You know what I'm saying? Or he kind of messed it up for me here because they see me going in his footsteps. You know what I'm saying?
There ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You supposed to brag on, man. There's a lot of fathers out there ain't doing shit to actually be an influential person in their kids, or especially their sons' life, because you know the world we living in now. You need to be a positive influence in your kids'
To be
life.
real, bro, I think it was the only work of I think it was the work of y'all, because I don't think, like, I think, to be real with you, and this is the first time I'm sharing this with anybody. To be real with you, I don't think my dad intended to raise me up like this, because I think he expected somebody else. I think he expected one of my other siblings to be raised up like that.
Based on
you never know. He might have did it subconsciously.
I knew when
the case back on. Let me go ahead and put this back on the screen, bro.
You have me on that, so that's been resolved.
I assume the medical examiner was the last witness. You know, we all know about assumptions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go get the pen.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you had a good lunch. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case. State ready with its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Jesse Worley. Jesse Worley. Yes. And then we can put it back. Makes sense.
Just to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and see.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please go ahead and introduce yourself to the jurors? Tell them your name and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Jesse Worley. It's Jesseworley.
Okay. And Ms. Worley, how are you currently employed?
I work in the Division of Forensic Sciences for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's also referred to as the Crime Lab. I work in the Impressions Evidence section as a latent print examiner.
Okay. And what are your job duties currently?
Primarily, my job as a latent print examiner is to analyze items of evidence that are submitted for latent print services for comparison, database searching, or chemical processing in our laboratory. I conduct database searches. I do comparisons of latent prints to known exemplars or known prints, and then issue reports of my results, and then testify in court when needed.
And how long have you been working in that capacity in your field?
I've been with the GBI for 14 years.
Okay. And please go ahead and tell us your education and training.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University. I graduated from there in 2007. I was employed by the GBI that fall in November, and I completed a training program that lasted about 2 years prior to being able to write my own reports. The training covered every aspect of casework that we do as latent print examiners and included courtroom testimony and evidence analysis and processing. I can complete 16 hours of annual outside education or continuing education every year as well since the completion of my training program.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional organizations in your field?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us which ones?
Primarily, I am an active member of the International Association for Identification, which is a professional organization across the globe that is geared towards education and publications for forensic practitioners in identification sciences like latent prints, also question documents, DNA, and crime scene investigation. I'm also a member of the Georgia State Division of the IAI, and I also hold an office with that group as well.
Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What have you testified as an expert in?
Specifically in latent prints.
Okay. And has that been in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
About how many times?
It's getting close to 60. I think the last time I counted, it was like 57, 58 times.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, we would tender Ms. Worley as an expert in latent print examination.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. She's admitted.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Worley, I want to go through some terms with you, and if you can just describe or explain those for me, okay?
Sure.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term friction ridge detail?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So friction ridge detail, as we refer to it in latent print examination, is actually the composition and features that are on the skin that make up the palms of the hands and also the soles of the feet. It's that detail and those characteristics that are replicated when your hand or finger or foot makes contact with a surface, and then that detail, that arrangement of those features is transferred onto the surface and leaves a latent print that we can subsequently develop and then hopefully compare in hopes of identifying it to a source.
So when I look at my finger, are you talking about the lines and grooves?
Yes. So
on my fingertips.
The skin on the palmar surface of the hands is referred to as friction ridge skin. It's made up of series of ridges and raised areas as opposed to like the rest of the skin on the body, which is fairly smooth. Within that ridge flow, there are different features where ridges either start and stop or they split into two. And it's those specific features and the arrangement of those features within the friction ridge skin that make up the detail that we use for comparison.
Now, what is an inked print, also known as a known print? What's that?
So inked prints, traditionally were taken using printer's ink on a white cardstock to record the detail of the fingerprints or palm prints of a specific person so that they can be used for comparison. In today, with all the advancements in technology, most known prints are now recorded digitally with a glass, like a glass plate and almost a scanner or camera type setup underneath. But the idea is the same. The detail of the skin is recorded clearly so that it can be used for comparison.
And can you please tell the jury what is a latent print?
So latent prints are what we are looking for primarily like in evidence in a case to determine who may have handled an item or come in contact with a particular surface. Latent prints are typically referred to as latent in that they're not necessarily visible right away when an object is discovered as a piece of evidence. The latent print may require a development technique like fingerprint powder or other chemical methods to make it visible. And then even at that point, as an examiner, we commonly refer to them as still being latent prints until we've identified them to a known source.
Okay. Now, what does it mean when an item is positive for latent prints?
At the GBI Crime Lab, the policy that we employ for determining whether an item is positive or negative for latent prints, we conduct a visual examination of the item, whether it's a lift card that has a powdered impression that was collected from the crime scene, or if we're getting in an item itself and we do the processing in-house, we're looking to see if after development there is any visible friction ridge detail that could be used for comparison. So sometimes if an item is we decide that it's negative, it might mean that there is no ridge detail on it at all, or it could be that there is some ridge detail, but it's so limited or so sparse or even like obliterated or distorted where it's not going to be usable because it's not clear enough for a comparison. That could also still produce a negative result. But at the point where we say we have enough detail present on the item to use it for a comparison, then we say it's positive.
And what does it mean when you say an item is suitable for comparison?
So once we have a positive result that we've done a visual examination and there is usable friction ridge detail on this item or this lift card, the first step of our process is to analyze the amount of detail that's there, the type of detail, the clarity of it, and determine if it is in fact suitable for comparison. So we do the visual examination, it's either positive or negative. If we have the positive results, then we determine if it's suitable or not suitable for comparison, which is really just we're going kind of up a ladder in terms of how much quality and quantity of detail is present in the impression. So we have positive, and then if we say the analysis results are suitable, we have enough detail or sufficient detail to be able to compare it to a known set of prints.
And can you just let the jurors know what is the process that you use at the GBI for comparing latent prints to known prints?
So the first step, like as I said, is the visual examination to determine if we have any latent print detail present. The next part of the methodology we refer to is the ACE-V method. It's an acronym for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification. So the analysis is the first part that I've described in determining from our positive results which of those impressions may be suitable for a comparison. Once an impression is determined to be suitable, then we'll move on to comparison, and that's taking the latent print and putting it side by side with a set of known prints and looking for similarity or differences between the latent print and any of the known prints that are on the records that we have for comparison. During the comparison, we're looking for similarity or differences. It just depends. Not every comparison will result in a match or an identification, so you may see more differences than you see similarities. But as we start to make the decision in our mind in what the result of that comparison is, that prompts the beginning of our evaluation phase, which is really the decision-making part of the process. In the ACE-V methodology the way we use it at GBI, we can make an identification, which means that we determine that the latent print and the set of known records we're comparing it to came from the same person. We can have an exclusion, which would mean that the latent print and the known prints were made by different sources or different persons. Inconclusive would be that there's just not enough detail to say definitively it either is or isn't this person. Or it can also be that we need a better set of records. Maybe the one set we were given may not have been clear enough in a specific area, so we may say that we need new records for comparison. And then lastly, we also use a conclusion that's called was not identified, or no identification was made, which is, it's kind of like it's not an identification, and we're confident that the latent print is not from a specific source, but we haven't compared it enough to say that it's definitely an exclusion. Exclusion decisions tend to, in some instances, be harder to make. When you're doing a comparison as an examiner and you start to feel like you're making an identification because you're seeing and observing features in the same arrangement and you're seeing the similarity, it becomes very easy to say when you've reached an identification because you have like proof positive, this feature is this feature, this one is this one, and everything lines up and you can see it. When you have an exclusion, sometimes depending on the area, if you're looking for like within a large area of the poem, there's a lot of area to search and you have to exhaust all the available features and relevant area of the skin before you can confidently say that you have an exclusion. So sometimes exclusion decisions are harder to reach than an identification. And so what we have adopted in our policy is that I know it's not an identification, but I haven't fully excluded this particular person yet. And that we report as, excuse me, we report that as an identification has not been made.
Now, I want to turn your attention to DOFS case number 2020-6001183. Okay. Who are the subjects involved under that case number?
According to the report that I have, the subjects that were listed on the evidence submission forms were listed as Gregory Johns McMichael, Travis James McMichael, and William Bryan.
Okay. And who's listed there as the victim?
The victim is listed from the evidence submission forms as Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay. So I want to turn your attention to the work that you did in this case.
Yes.
Okay. What items did you use to do your comparison in this case?
The latent prints that I was asked to examine were on evidence that was labeled as item 21 in the GBI Crime Lab information system. I itemized them to be 21A, 21B, 21C, and 21D. So those were all latent lift cards that were submitted.
Okay.
And then I was given known finger and palm print cards bearing the name Amy Eileen Elrod and William Roderick Bryan Jr.
Okay. And did you also use known prints of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, they appear as item 24.
Okay. All right. If I can just have Mr. Camarillo help me out with this here. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Y'all can move around if you need to move around.
And Ms. Worley, are you able to see what's there, what's pictured? If you need to step down, you can. Just make sure you're speaking loud enough for the court reporter, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Are you able to see this?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Please be careful. Sure. Okay. So, do you see what I have here? AE known prints. If you need to, you can. Yes. Okay. So, Amy Elrod known prints. You said you received those, right?
Yes, those are marked as item 20A on my report.
And did you also utilize William Bryan's known prints?
Yes.
And also Ahmaud Arbery's known prints?
Yes.
Okay. And submitted latent lists, we talked about those, right?
Yes.
And did you say they were labeled 21A, 21B, 21C, and 21D?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if we can just start, I guess, in reverse chronological order with D, 21D. What did you determine about 21D? If I can just get the cap off of my marker.
For 21D, after I did the initial visual examination for latent prints on that item, I determined that that item was negative. There was not any friction ridge detail that could be used for comparison.
Okay, so 21D negative for latent prints, right?
Yes.
Okay, going to 21C, what did you determine?
So the results of the visual examination for 21C was positive. There was friction ridge detail present, but upon analysis, I determined it to be unsuitable for comparison.
Okay, so positive for latent prints, but still
unsuitable.
Unsuitable.
Yes, ma'am.
For comparison. Okay, so that leaves us with 21A and 21B. Looking at those lists for 21A and 21B, what, if anything, did you see in those?
So on both item 21A and 21B, my visual examination result is that these items were positive for latent prints.
Okay.
I also noted that they appeared to be duplicate lists of the same latent print.
Okay, so we have essentially A and B are the same print.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's something that from experience, in the way latent prints work, you can't ever create the same impression twice. They're always going to have different shape, different amount of distortion and movement because of the pliability and the way the hand is built anatomically, that you can't ever create the same thing twice. So when we see lift cards that are the same in most aspects, it's likely that they are duplicate lifts where the impression is powdered and then a piece of tape is used to lift it, and then a piece of tape is used to lift it a second time. And then both lifts were submitted.
Okay, so before we go further on A and B, I just want to double back to D. So were you able to compare anything to D?
No, it was negative.
Okay, were you able to compare anything to C?
No, because it was determined to be not suitable or unsuitable.
Okay, so no comparisons here.
No, correct.
Okay, so back to A and B, positive for latent prints, but the same.
Yes.
Did you use one over the other for comparison purposes?
Yes.
Which one did you use?
I used 21A because it appeared to be the first lift. The development was a little darker on the card. It was a little clearer than what was visible in B.
Now, go ahead and just tell the jurors your findings for 21A in the process that you used, of course.
So I completed an analysis of the latent print that was on 21A. I determined that the print appeared to be from the right palm of an individual and that there was sufficient detail present to determine it to be suitable for comparison. At that point, I began the comparison process by comparing the latent print to the palm print cards for Amy Eileen Elrod and William Roderick Bryan Jr. And my conclusion for both of those comparisons is that no identification was made.
Okay. So for Amy Elrod and William Bryan, you said no identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What did you do next, if anything?
At that point, I compared the latent print from 21A, which again is that palm print, to the palm print cards that bearing the name Ahmaud Marquez Arbery, and was able to make an identification to that set of records.
Okay. So identified to Ahmaud Arbery.
Yes.
Okay. So positive ID. Okay. And did you testify that that was the right palm print?
I did, yes.
So from his right hand?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to tell where on his right palm that print came from?
Yes.
Okay. So may I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Okay. Actually, can you step down, please, Ms. Worley? Okay. So I'm going to show you my hand and right hand. And if you can just show, and if you can come so we can just go this way.
Please pull up a second.
Yeah, go ahead. You do have your back to the part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll do this.
If everybody could speak up because you're off mic.
Of course, Judge. Thank you. We will.
I'm just going to flip to the image that I had of the lift card.
Okay. And my hand is cold, I'm sorry.
Okay. So the shape of the impression that was made, or the shape that appears on the lift card, is indicative of being from the edge of the palm. So this area here, it's commonly referred to as a writer's palm, because when you're writing and your hand moves across the page, it's usually that portion of the palm that rests on the paper.
Okay.
And so it was very similar to the shape of the palm print that was on the lift card, 21A, and then subsequently as well, 21B.
Okay, so 1 second before you sit. So if I'm holding this marker in my hand, are we talking about like that side that's resting here?
Yes, and then sometimes it varies whether it's very, straight up and down, or if it's angled in a little bit more to get more of the center portion of the palm, but that's still typically referred to as the writer's palm when it's that outer edge of the palm.
Okay, all right, you can have a seat. Thank you so much. I think we're going to move this.
Maybe we should just not touch anything.
So, Ms. Worley, what, if anything, in looking at the lift, what, if anything, did you observe as it relates to the presence or absence of moisture?
In this particular impression, there did appear to be some areas that looked like they might have been wet or had an additional amount of moisture than other areas within the same impression. In my training and my experience, one of the things that we are taught to look for as an examiner is what kind of differences may still be present even when an identification is made. As I testified already, you can never create the same impression twice. So even when we have an identification, the latent print is never going to look exactly like the known print. I know sometimes on TV, they show them up on screens and they overlay them and ta-da, they match perfectly. But that's not really how latent print comparison works. There's always going to be inherent movement and distortion within any impression that sometimes may be recorded in known prints. Sometimes known prints are well recorded and they're free from as much distortion as possible. But one of the things that we have to evaluate in making an identification decision is, are we seeing differences that are due to moisture or surface or development issues, or are we seeing differences that are inherent to them being from different sources? And we have to use tolerance where appropriate in making that decision. In this instance, there were areas of the impression that do appear to be wet. The ridges do have a different appearance, and the powder does adhere or react differently to more wet areas of the impression. And so that was one of the observations that I did make in this case, but it wasn't so significant that it overreached the tolerance that I can use in making an identification decision.
Okay, so it didn't affect your evaluation in terms of the identification to Mr. Arbery?
No, but it does make a difference in explaining why, if it were to be put up for anyone to see, the latent print does not look exactly like the known prints. And one of the reasons for that is there is moisture present.
Okay. And in doing your comparison, did you follow valid scientific procedure and methods accepted in your field?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And are those methods reliable?
Yes. I believe actually in going through the ACV method, I left off the V portion. The last part of ACV is the verification. Our policy at GBI requires that if all of our decisions are verified by a second examiner, with the exception of the no identification decision and some of our inconclusives, but my suitability decisions for A, B, and C, those were all verified by a second examiner. And then my identification decision for item 21A was also verified by a second examiner.
One moment, Your Honor. At this time, that is all I have for you, Ms. Worley. The defense may have some questions for you. Okay.
I may, Your Honor, just briefly. Ms. Worley.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Jason Sheffield. We haven't talked about this case, have we?
No.
Okay. Were you given any photographs to come along with items 21 A, B, C, and D?
No.
Is it true that you're not sure where that latent palm print came from on the item, other than it came from a truck, but you're not sure where on the truck it came from?
That's correct.
Okay.
We describe our evidence based on what's labeled on the lift card specifically.
Right.
In this case, they were simply labeled as being from William Bryan's truck.
Got it. And then 21C, which had some detail on it, is that a fingerprint?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. Do you know from which finger it came from?
No.
Okay. And then 21D, is that simply you don't know what in the world that was, or that it was a fingerprint with no detail that could be used for comparison purposes?
Based on the image that I have available and from what I recall in working this case, there wasn't enough detail to say otherwise, and that's primarily why the result is also negative.
Right.
There's just very little detail present, if any.
So do you have the photograph of it, the card photograph?
I have a copy.
Yeah, could I take a look at it real quick?
It's not a great copy.
May I approach you? Yes. Just take a quick look to see what you're seeing.
You
I may
want
have a question. I'm not sure that I will.
the lift cards, you said?
Yeah, the one that goes to C.
C.
Yes, please. Okay, so in looking at this, do you see any detail in it that makes you believe that it probably came from a finger?
The shape of the impression and the direction of the ridge flow is indicative of it being from a finger,
Okay.
but it's still not sufficient to compare it to any known source.
So you've got some detail that you think this probably came from a finger, but then you're looking for enough detail where you can say, now I can start counting up enough of the detail to try to match it to a known. Is that fair to say?
Yes, so our determination for suitability is a combination of quantity and quality of detail. So while the number of features present is a part of the decision, it's not the total or whole component.
Okay, so D is probably a finger. We don't know.
D, I don't know. I
That's
didn't
the one
make
that
any
we're saying-
determination.
Okay, but it has some of the details that's consistent with a finger.
We were talking about 21C,
Oh, my
I
bad.
believe.
All right, so 21C is probably a finger.
It's very likely from a finger.
Okay, and then D is such that you can't even begin to determine whether it could have come from a finger or not?
Correct.
Okay, got it. And then you don't know where on the truck those things came from?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No question, John.
No question, John. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
And you are excused, but subject to recall. Thank you. Is the state ready with its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state's going to call Special Agent Lawrence Kelly.
Sure, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, have a seat.
All right, please state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please.
My name is Lawrence Kelly. That's LAWRENCEKELLY.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a special agent with the GBI, just the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
All right, and what is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
We are a state law enforcement agency. We're the investigative arm of the state government. We, when requested to do so, can assist local agencies with investigations, or we can initiate certain investigations on our own involving certain specific violations of Georgia law.
All right, so you're a special agent. What does that mean?
It means I'm a Georgia Post Council certified law enforcement officer. I have the powers of arrest throughout the state. I have a specialized training in various forms of investigative practices, interviewing, interrogation, certain specialized training in examining cellular telephones and cellular telephone records and elder abuse investigations and general just investigations.
All right, so you got the normal training that the GBI provides all special agents, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you have some special technical expertise.
I do.
All right, tell the jury about your special technical expertise.
I have two specialties. One is not really pertinent to this case. I'm a elder abuse or at-risk adult crime specialist. The other one, I am a technical specialist in the gathering and use of data from cellular telephones and social media records. I have specific training in to download and extract data from cellular telephones, to obtain records from various providers, and to analyze those records.
Right. So be fair to say that sometimes you're the tech guy who gets called out by other fellow agents?
Yes, ma'am. Happens quite frequently.
All right. So directing your attention specifically to May 6th of 2020, did you become involved in the homicide investigation for Mr. Ahmaud Arbery?
I did.
All right. How did that come to you?
I was called. I was not involved in the early stages. I was called by ASAC, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Richard Dial, who was my direct supervisor, and he told me to report the next morning to assist in some technical matters involving the Arbery investigation.
All right. So he was the one who was in charge of the investigation?
He was, yes, ma'am.
All right. So Richard Dial calls you up, and at this time, did you then submit some video files to another arm of your agency?
I did. When I arrived the following morning, I submitted 2 video files that I had received from ASAC Dial that were videos, 2 videos. One was about a little over probably a minute and almost a little shy of 2 minutes long. The other one was a truncated version of that video to Matthew Heath, who is a digital forensic investigator with our Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit in Decatur.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take that piece by piece. When it comes to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, that's a statewide agency.
We are.
So where is your office?
My office is in Kingsland, Georgia.
All right. And Matthew Heath, where is he out of?
His office is at our headquarters in Decatur, or at the time was at our headquarters in Decatur.
Decatur, and that is close to what town?
Atlanta.
Okay. So now he was in a different unit, you said.
Yes, ma'am. The Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit. GBI has 2 computer-based units, the CAP, which is the unit I just mentioned, and the Georgia Cybercrime Center in Augusta.
Gotcha. So he is a digital forensic investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how is his job duty different than your job duties?
He's not a sworn agent. We do some of the same things. As a cell phone expert, I can download and extract data from cell phones, and pretty much cell phones by themselves. He can do that for cell phones, computers, other devices. He also has the ability to do other technical things such as enhancing video files or reviewing video files for information.
Okay. So you sent him a 1 minute and 43-second video. Is that the video of the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
It is.
All right. And the shortened version of it, that was the duplicate?
Yes, ma'am. It was a truncated version originally created. I viewed the metadata. It was originally created approximately 30 some odd minutes after the first video. And it's just by truncated, I mean, it's just a cut portion. It's like a 36-second portion of the original full video.
All right. So did you also send him a surveillance video from 219 Satilla Drive?
I did.
Did you also send him 5 surveillance videos from the interior of 220 Satilla Drive?
I did.
And were those the ones dated February 23rd of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also send him 47 surveillance videos from 224 Satilla Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, with regard to the videos from 224 Satilla Drive, were 3 of them from the date in question, February 23rd, 2020?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
All right. So the other 44, they were from January 1st of 2020.
I don't recall what they were not from. They were from prior to the incident. I don't recall the exact date.
Okay.
Object to leading questions, please.
Yeah, you keep them on the record.
Sure. So after submitting all of this to Matthew Heath, the digital forensic investigator in Decatur, what did he provide back to you?
He provided back to me several videos that he had enhanced. One of them was a contrast enhancement. Basically, he lightened up certain shadow areas in the video. Mm-hmm. One was a stabilized video that showed portions of the video, kind of keep the video had a lot of extraneous stuff on the side, so it just showed the major part of the video. And then there were some frame by frame videos, still frames from each of the videos that we saw.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take you through this. Have you had the opportunity, of course, to review the items Matthew Heath sent back to you back in May of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So did you have the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 191, Matthew Heath's half-speed video of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And was it fair and accurate?
It was.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 191.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection. Admitted.
And in addition, did he also submit to you State's Exhibit 192? I think you mentioned the high contrast video of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 192.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection. Submitted.
Publishing State's Exhibit 191. And how is this labeled? I'll back it up to the beginning. And Agent Kelly, how's this labeled?
It's 5618 half-speed.mp4.
Agent Kelly, now publishing State's Exhibit 1 92. How is this labeled?
5618.contrast adjusted.
Damn, they caught me slipping.
Now, I'm going to stop this right here. With regard to the difference between 191 and 192, 191 was slower?
Yes, ma'am. 191 is a half speed from the original, and these are from the 36-second truncated video. These are half speed.
All right, and then the high contrast, that is at which speed?
It looks to be at full speed.
Full speed. All right. And so when we get to approximately here, which appears to be at about 10 seconds, describe this image as compared to the half-speed image. I guess, is it brighter or darker?
It's brighter. As you can see, the road on this one is kind of washed out, and the sun, instead of seeing the blue sky in the sun, you just see white where the light has washed out the pale blue in the sky.
All right, and the intent behind this is so you can see what?
See things that might be obscured by shadow in the original video.
All right, so when we look at this right here, I'm going to focus your attention right in here, okay? Are we able to actually see what takes place here? I'm going to hit play. What happened right there?
It appeared that a person known to me as Mr. Travis McMichael raised his hands in this kind of motion.
Did you see what he had in his hands at that time?
He had something in his hands. I couldn't see exactly what it was at that point. I can infer what it was from context from later. But
and in context from later, what does he have?
A shotgun.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness describing what is obviously in the video. I don't understand why the witness needs to say there are trees in the video. There's a road in the video. Travis McMichael's holding a shotgun. The video is in evidence now. The video is the evidence. The witness doesn't need to describe it.
This is a GBI investigator who received evidence, and there's a reason behind what he is doing and what he's observing as far as this case and prosecution goes, which is the details that are within these particular videos.
I guess that would be the appropriate question then. What did you do? But describing the video, it doesn't make any sense, and it's wrought with peril, Your Honor.
We are. Yeah, he's explaining what he's done. You're asking him to explain what he believes he's seeing in the video. It's the same.
Okay. So, in addition, did Matthew Heath also, having received state's exhibits, or for having received the videos from 219 Satilla Drive, 220 Satilla Drive, and 224 Satilla Drive, provide you with another video?
He did. He took those videos, and basically there's extraneous material in both of them. That he cut that out to show Mr. Arbery's path through the neighborhood and through where he was seen in any of those particular videos that we submitted.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 224?
I have.
All right. And was that what Matthew Heath had provided to you to just show Mr. Arbery's path that day?
It is.
All right. Time the state would tender into evidence. State's Exhibit 221, 222, 223, and then 224, the path merged.
And if I could just have a moment, Your Honor. I'm having trouble remembering what those are.
Sure. It's going to be 221, 222, 223, and then 224, the combined.
Thank you.
Any objection?
Oh, I thought we were
No
just clarifying. Yes, no objection. We were just clarifying the exhibits you put together.
Okay.
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Looking at State's Exhibit 224. Completing published, the state has completed publishing State's Exhibit 224. So May 7th, did you also then receive from ROCIC, Caitlin Nguela in Tennessee, did she attempt to provide you what she'd attempted to do with the Greg McMichael 911 call and the Brian video as far as audio went?
Yes, ma'am. I received notice from ASAC Kyle that the Glenn County Police Department had previously submitted the 911 calls and the same videos that I submitted to Mr. Heath to the Regional Organized Crime Intelligence Center, or OCIC. They also have the capability of enhancing audio and video. And I was told that some of the files were ready, and so I downloaded enhanced 911 calls and some of the enhanced video products that they produced.
All right, but the audio files, no noticeable enhancement was made.
Ma'am, but the audio files, it's not like NCIS or TV, and it really wasn't. The original video was of an audio quality that you could hear what was going on, and I don't think the enhancements brought anything new to light.
All right, but with it came to Ms. Nguela, she had also done some videos.
Yes, ma'am.
In an effort to enhance some things. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So State's Exhibit 129 has already been tendered into evidence, and you've had an opportunity to review that. That's the one where you said she kind of cut out some extraneous stuff?
Yes, yes.
All right. At this time, the state will go ahead and publish the 2 video files from State's Exhibit 129. I believe 129 was contained in the Court's Exhibit 3 stipulation.
Stabilized color safe levels.
Let you finish it.
And it's from IMG 5617, which is the longer of the two videos.
Now, publishing states, first video as states exhibit 129. The second video out of states exhibit 129. What does this say at the bottom here?
Stabilized IMG 5617, which is again the longer of the two videos.
Publishing this. Now, directing your attention to May 8th of 2020, were you tasked with following up on tips?
Yes, ma'am. That's actually, I was actually tasked with that upon my arrival on May 7th, but with all the other things I was doing, it was myself, Agent Nicholas Anzac, and several of our analysts from the Georgia Information Sharing and Analysis Center in Atlanta, which is a GBI work unit, were tasked with reviewing the numerous tips that were coming in.
All right, so they're coming into where?
They were coming in, originally they were just coming in through either Glenn County PD or the Sheriff's Office. And then GBI announced we had created a tip line, and most of them shifted to the GBI tip line.
All right, so you were tasked with this unit to follow up on tips that you're getting, and these are from where?
Just from the general public. I believe the video had been released publicly at that point, and people were calling in. We had asked anyone with information to call in directly about the case, but we were getting everything from.
I object to hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted that, I'll just make something up. Bob called in and suggested this. It goes to, they were receiving these and he took some action on one of the specific tips, which I was going to ask about.
Let's get more specific then.
I will, Judge. All right, so did you attempt to determine if Mr. Arbery could be seen running with a stick or a hammer?
I did.
All right, tell the jury what you did.
We have, as I viewed the videos, I viewed the half-speed videos. We also had all of the still frame images that I mentioned earlier. I believe there were nearly 2,000 of them. And we picked the ones from the requisite area and reviewed them one by one.
And what were you able to determine as far as Mr. Arbery running with a stick?
Objection, Your Honor. This is not an expert opinion here. He's saying I've looked at some pictures taken from some videos that other people enhanced for me, and this is what I think I see or I don't see. This is an issue for the jury.
Join you, it's the same issues. He's looking at pictures and saying what he thinks he sees in the picture.
We join, Your Honor, and I think we're potentially opening doors to go into other tips and the narratives that they might foster.
Wouldn't say.
Wasn't going to go into any other tips or other narratives that they might foster. He was tasked with dispelling this tip or this rumor that was out there, and he went.
Characterization, Your Honor, we're now testifying, so I think we need to take it upside the prison.
No, I think I understand where we're going. Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Your Honor, were you overruling Mr. Goff's concern about going into other tips? Mine was the issue of him testifying as an expert of his review.
Actually, overruled on both for the record.
Thank you. You may answer the question.
It doesn't appear that there's anything in Mr. Arbery's hand at any point while he's running.
All right, so you mentioned our frame by frame that Agent Heath gave to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to look at State's Exhibit 314, the folder containing those?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The large number of still frames.
All right. At this time, the state will tender into evidence both State's 314 at this time, just State's 314 at this time.
And I'm sorry, the witness was saying what it was, but it got, I don't know if it closed.
It is a large number. I believe there's 1,095 still images from the video.
I understand this is what he looked at as part of what he was following up on, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And as the state tendering 1,900 still images from the video, is that what you're seeking to?
Yes, we are tendering the entire 1,095 still images digitally in a digital folder.
No objection. These are the stills from the entire video or just a selection of the video?
Okay. What I understand is being tendered in, he just testified to a review of photographs from the video. I understand these are the still photographs that were reviewed by the agent as part of his follow-up that he has already described on the record.
No objection.
No objection.
So I'm still trying to find, is this, if I may, while you're the witness, is this, these are stills that he did not create. These are stills that were provided to him in the pickup of the other stuff in the stipulation. Is that correct? All right. Very good. But it just wasn't made very clear. So, all right. No objection from Greg and Mike.
They're admitted.
Thank you.
Sometimes our discussions are like concentric circles, and we all eventually realize we're talking about the
I
same
don't think
thing.
we're talking about something different.
So I'm actually going to go back. When we look at this particular folder, what does it say right down here in States 314?
The name of the first file, you mean?
No, right down here in the far bottom corner. How many are in there?
1,095.
All right. And when we open it up, are we looking at the first image?
Yes, ma'am.
And how's it labeled? At the very top.
IMG 5618 frame 00001 .png, which is a image format.
All right. And how did you scroll through these?
The same way it appears you're doing it, I use the gallery function on the computer.
Such as this?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to go ahead and stop here real quick for you. We're on 57,
Yes, ma'am.
and then we look at 58. Do you know why there is a difference in clarity between those two particular images?
Based on my training, since the case, at the time I didn't, based on my training since the case, it's going to be probably because there was motion blur in that particular frame, as is the camera might be moving a little bit or the car's moving. That would cause the distortion in the earlier frame.
Okay, because you're in a moving car.
Yes, the two things are moving. The car is moving, and the person taking the video is moving.
All right. Do you have any idea? I don't know if you know. Do you know whether this has autofocus where it's trying to focus?
I happen to know it was taken with an Apple iPhone. It does. And anybody who's ever taken a photograph with an iPhone knows as you move it, it kind of locks in on something and tries to focus to that one thing.
Continuing to publish. If I hold it down, what does it do?
It moves forward like an animation, like a movie, one frame at a time, but it looks more like a movie.
And by the time we are here on frame 379, what's happened?
First taking the video has moved the camera. For what reason, I can't tell, and I don't know.
At this point, this is what he called Ahmaud a nigga.
And did that conclude all 1,095 still images from States Exhibit 190, the actual video of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Direct your attention now to States Exhibit 315. And Agent Kelly, have you had the opportunity to look through States Exhibit 315 prior to coming in and taking the stand today?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these just printed out stills of some of the in-focus shots from States Exhibit 314?
Yes, ma'am. It's not inclusive. It doesn't have every shot in it, but it has the visible ones, the clear ones.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States Exhibit 315.
No objection.
No objection, but is this a subset of the last exhibit, the printed out document?
Correct. These are hard copy printed of select in-focus images from States 314.
Okay, did he take some action to focus them?
No, they're just the clear ones as opposed to the fuzzy ones.
All right, so, but these are not images that have been manipulated to be different than the images we see on there?
These have not been manipulated in any way, they just were printed out from 314.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No manipulation was done.
Right, a good clear
And
ones.
no objection, Your Honor. We just needed a little more foundation. Thank you.
No objection. Good.
Thank you. So closing down States 314. So when we look at States 315, so for instance, just the very first one, put it up here. 1, 2. Zoom in a little and focus. All right, so is this just one of the still shots from States 314?
Yes, ma'am. It's one of the from the exhibit we just looked at.
All right, so when we look at it, just so the jury's familiar, how's the states labeled that? I'll actually put it so you can see it.
It's just S for state 315, and then it's 299, which I'm assuming is the number of the frame from the previous setup.
Right, so 314, this would be still shot 299, it's only been printed out.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you indicated you were kind of the cell phone guy, is that right?
I am now.
All right, so go ahead and tell the jury what it is you do when you do a cell phone extraction. What is that?
A cell phone data extraction is just that there's data maintained on cellular telephones or smart devices. It's maintained differently on either one. We use a software or a device to extract the base data from the device using various methods from the various software or equipment that we're using.
So for instance, if you have like a Samsung phone or an iPhone, do you need different computers to extract the data off those?
At the time of this, yes, ma'am. At the time of this case, we needed my agency used, or I used, we have several different methods that we use, but I was used the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to do an iPhone, which is a software that runs off of a laptop PC. And we had a UFED, which is a device, a universal forensic extraction device, also made by Cellbrite to do Android devices, like Samsung phones.
All right, so during your investigation, were you given previous extractions?
I was. I was not given the extraction. I was given the reports of the extraction, which is when you load the extraction into Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, in order it to make any sense without that software, you have to generate a report. And I was given the reports from extractions that Glenn County PD did.
All right, so Glenn County PD, were they able to give you the raw data?
They were not. I asked for it, and Detective Marcy said he did not maintain the data at that time. Since then, he has been told that it's probably best to maintain the data.
Okay, so you got the report, not the data.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to work with the report, though, due to the Cellbrite system?
I was. Investigator Marcy had generated the reports in what's called a UFED reader report, which can also be loaded into the Physical Analyzer software and reviewed.
All right, so for the purpose of your analysis on May 11th, 2020, did you look at the report, the extraction reports for Travis McMichael's cell phone?
I did.
And did you look at the extraction reports from William Bryan's cell phone?
I did.
All right. Were you able to find any communication between Bryan's cell phone and Travis McMichael's cell phone on February 23rd, 2020?
Not from that extraction, no.
All right, so I'm going to move you then forward to May 11th of 2020. Did you work with Agent Seacrest along with Mr. Bryan and his attorney, Mr. Goff?
I did.
Okay. And did Mr. Bryan consent to the download of his phone at that time on May 11th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, but this, of course, is a download as the phone is on what date?
May 11th.
Okay. So this is May 11th that you're downloading this?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what were you able to notice as far as Greg McMichael's cell phone number and Mr. Bryan's number?
In the original extraction reports, neither McMichael appeared as a contact. Mm-hmm. In the May 11th extraction, Mr. Greg McMichael appeared as a contact in Mr. Bryan's phone.
Right. Now, also on May 11th, 2020, were you present during the entire time Mr. Bryan was being interviewed by Seacrest?
No, ma'am. I was up there for the very beginning. Mr. Bryan agreed to let us download his phone, and I took his phone in the hopes that we would be able to get it back to him at the end of the interview. The extraction ended up taking longer than we had thought it would, so we weren't able to do that.
All right. So May 11th, were you also interested in any surveillance video that Mr. Bryan may have had?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell the jury what happened with regard to the night owl surveillance video.
Agent Seacrest, after the interview, came to me and said that they had surveillance at their house, and the video had caught some, might have caught some information related to the case. So I accompanied Mr. Bryan, Mr. Goff, Amy Elrod, and Agent Seacrest to the house, to 307 Burford, 307, the Bryan's house, to attempt to download the videos.
All right, so I'm going to show you. I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 194. May I approach room?
Yes.
So, Special Agent Kelly, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 194. Are you able to recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am. It appears to be a true and correct copy of a GBI waiver of constitutional rights form.
All right, and what's that in regard to?
It's the Night Owl digital security system at the Bryan's residence.
All right, and who witnessed that?
Well, I signed it as the witness. Mr. Bryan signed giving consent.
All right, and did he sign freely and voluntarily?
He did.
All right, this time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 194.
No objection.
No objection. No objection. It's admitted.
State's Exhibit 194. And this is for the Night Owl video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what is the date we have here?
5/11/2020 at 18:54, which is military time for 6:54 p.m.
Okay, so once he signed the waiver and agreed to have his Night Owl surveillance system downloaded, you went out to the house. What happened?
Initially, neither Mr. Bryan nor Amy Elrod, who lived with him, could recall the password. So we began looking for the instruction manual for the device. We found that, and in the course of finding it, they were able to, and I don't remember how they never remember the password. So we were able to, in the instruction manual, said that you could download a software that would allow you to view and download the videos from the device. So I did that on my GBI computer. Downloading the software and installing it was no problem, but due to a poor internet connection, downloading the videos, the download kept failing, and it was going to take an inordinate amount of time if we continued.
All right, so what did you decide to do?
At Mr. Goff's suggestion, I took the passwords, the consent form, and I had the software loaded on my computer, and I went back to where we were working out of the DNR office here in Brunswick, much better internet connection, and was able to download several videos.
All right, tell the jury what the DNR is.
DNR is the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. Their office is right there next to the linear bridge, that nice white building with the tower. It's right there on the marsh.
All right, so you're operating out of there.
Yes, ma'am. We were operating out of a little side building.
And were you able to then download the Night Owl videos?
I was.
Right. Have you had the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 193, the Night Owl videos?
Yes, ma'am. We actually reviewed the videos at the scene. We were able to look at them, just not download them. And then when I got back to the office, the downloads that we had didn't seem to play very well. So we actually got the DVR later and got the downloads off of them. Again, they got the videos off of the DVR specifically again.
Okay, so you kind of did it twice.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
All right, but did anything change?
No, ma'am. The videos that we received, the actual ones that we could actually play, were true and correct to what I saw when I was at 307 Burford that night.
All right. So at this time, the state will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 193.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
So AJ Kelly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct your attention first to the Night Owl video that ends in 257 within the folder labeled 194. I'm going to stop it right here. What's the jury looking at?
A video of the porch at, and I think I'm getting the address, it's the Bryan residence. I think it's 307 Burford Drive.
And what does it say down here?
Front door.
What does it say up here in the upper right-hand corner?
223-2020 at 13:09:45, which is again in layman's time is 1:09:45.
Publishing. So with this particular video system, we have about 30 seconds here. Why is that?
It appeared that the video system was motion activated, so it only records when there is motion to capture. Usually there's, as anybody's ever walked into like a bathroom with one of those motion detectors, there's a split second before it actually starts, and then if there's not a lot of motion, it turns off.
So when you looked at the Night Owl videos, you didn't have one continuous long video.
No, ma'am. They were short little snippets.
Right. Publishing then within State's Exhibit 194, the video ending in 258. All right, so once again, I paused it right at the beginning. What time are we looking at up here in the upper right-hand corner?
At 13:11:04, 1:11:04.
All right, so we're talking about 2 minutes later?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing the video, the last three numbers, 258 within States Exhibit 194. So even though we don't have anything happening here, any motion within the video, it's still taking this 30-second snippet?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding of how the motion video works is once the motion is activated, it takes video for a certain period of time. If there is continual motion, it will continue to record. If it's not, it will stop recording.
And I want to correct the record for a minute. This is States Exhibit 193 is the folder containing the images. States Exhibit 194 was the signed waiver. So if I misspoke earlier, this is the folder labeled 193. We're now going to look at the video with the last three digits, 261. So what is the time on this, the video ending in 261?
13:11:03 is when it starts.
Was there any video with this angle before this?
Not that I call, no, ma'am. Well, not on that date anyway.
And were you able to then find any video afterwards? Meaning, as Mr. Bryan pulls the truck up, was there another video showing what he actually did out in the street?
No, ma'am.
Now bringing your attention to the video for 278. What time do we have here?
13:58:09.
Same day?
Same day.
So 13:58 hours. When we saw the one with this truck, that was at 13:11 hours.
Yeah.
And then publishing video 312. What's the time we now have here?
14:40:18.
And do you have any idea why Mr. Bryan is coming back to his residence on a bicycle at this time? All right, so let's go ahead and talk about May 13th of 2020. Were you present when Agent Seacrest had another interview with Mr. Bryan and Mr. Goff?
I was not present for the interview. After the interview, I was told that we had consent to download a Facebook page.
And did you in fact download his Facebook page?
I did.
All right. So with regard to Mr. Bryan's Facebook page, was he a member of the Satilla Shores Facebook group?
He was not.
And was he Facebook friends with Travis McMichael?
Not on May 13th, no ma'am.
And was he Facebook friends with Greg McMichael?
Not on May 13th.
All right, so when you downloaded it, you were able to see who he was friends with on that date?
Yes, ma'am. The downloads on the date that the download actually takes, what you actually downloaded, we use the feature, that's a feature of Facebook that just allows any user to download their page. I was provided from with the passwords and user credentials, and was able to, I believe I actually used his phone to do it, to download the page.
Okay, so this isn't like an official record from Facebook or anything?
No, ma'am, this is not, we didn't get this from Facebook.
All right. So
We didn't get it from the provider through legal methods. We got it through the consent and downloaded it, logged into his Facebook page and downloaded it just like anybody else could.
All right, so would it be fair to characterize it as a snapshot as it was in May of 2020?
I can object to her testifying and leading the witness, Your Honor. She's got it on direct.
That's good. Ask him a direct question.
How would you characterize the download for May 2020?
It is how the account appeared on the day at the time that I initiated the download.
Was there any historical data?
There was historical posts and things that were just like anybody in your Facebook feed. It stays there until you delete it or until it eventually, I guess, goes away. Most I've gotten Facebook information back many years though, so I think you actually have to delete it for it to go away.
Okay. Is there any way for you to know, based on the download for May 13th of 2020, whether Mr. Bryan had deleted anything?
No, not with that. Not with the information from the download.
Right. May 15th, did you continue to assist with looking into tips from the GBI tip line?
I did.
All right. And were you tasked with looking into another social media website, not Facebook, but a different one?
Yes.
Which one?
Several actually, Nextdoor and Snapchat.
Right. So regarding nextdoor.com, what did you do?
I sent a preservation letter to through their legal compliance office. Preservation letter is just federal law allows law enforcement to preserve certain records of electronic communications providers, social media platforms, cellular telephone providers, things like that. And all you have to do to preserve it is send a letter with case number.
All right. So you sent a preservation request to Nextdoor?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you send a preservation request to any other provider of cell phone data?
Yes, ma'am. Verizon, AT&T, I believe we sent one. Apple, we sent one. We sent several that day.
Okay. So let me ask this. How in dispute was it as far as the defendant's location on the day of February 23rd, 2020?
It wasn't. It's just sometimes it's nice to corroborate information that you already have with additional information.
All right. So this was out of an abundance of caution.
Yes.
May 18th, 2020, did you also download someone else's Facebook data related to Mr. Bryan?
Yes, ma'am. Amy Elrod, who I believe she was his fiance at the time. They were living together.
And then May 19th, Ms. Elrod's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am. She could not provide her cell phone. Agent Seacrest told me, and I later verified that she had provided consent to do both. And I was not able to get her. She had to work, so we had to get her cell phone the following day.
All right, now I'm going to jump forward to May 19th of 2020. What was going to take place on May 19th of 2020?
I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how much longer this examination is going to be? I need that from Rick. I'm trying not to be disruptive.
I have 5 more questions and nothing else to publish. All right. What was going to take place on May 19th, 2020?
A search of Michael's residence.
Right. And what did you do to assist in that execution of a search warrant?
Prior to the search, I searched the tax record of 230 Satilla Drive.
Okay. And who actually owned 230 Satilla Drive?
The Scoggs, I don't remember this. I believe Amy was the first name of one of them. They're from Athens, Georgia. I don't remember their exact address in Athens.
All right. So 230 Satilla Drive, owned by the Scroggs of Athens, Georgia. What did you do next?
When I accompanied the agents who did to perform the search.
Right. It would be fair to say all you did was seize the Wi-Fi router?
That's all I did. Other agents did other things, but we were interested in some of the data we had gotten off one of the cell phone dumps, had the Wi-Fi router information. We were trying to verify it was that router.
Got it. And then going ahead to June 30th of 2020, did you send a preservation request to some other agency? Or rather, Amazon.com?
I did. Intermedia, I think, which is owned by Amazon, is who I sent it to. It's for the Blink camera systems.
All right, and who had a Blink camera system?
Larry English.
Did you ever get anything back from Amazon.com or the other company with regard to the Blink camera system?
We never got a response that they had received the preservation request. I don't know if any. It was not my purview at this case to issue warrants. So I don't know if any warrant was obtained or anything like that. But we never got verification that they preserved the records.
Right. Now, on June 4th, did you actually get feedback from Nextdoor.com?
I did. I received a telephone call from their legal analyst and their counsel of record, and they advised that they had done a diligent search of their records based on the information that I had provided them, plus publicly available information at the time, to see if there was anything in their system that would be relevant to the case or important, and they were unable to find anything.
Were you specifically looking for Larry English's potential Nextdoor stuff?
Well, yes, we were looking for references to the case in general. We're also looking at any references to crimes in the Satilla Shores or adjacent neighborhoods.
Nothing of relevance.
Nothing of relevance. What they told me, nothing of relevance.
All right.
And they didn't provide anything.
Gotcha. And did you eventually receive the cell phone records back from Verizon for Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael?
I did.
And at some point in time, were you given an extraction report for another person's cell phone?
I was. Special Agent Chad Lott with our Region 4 office, who's my counterpart over there, he's the cell phone person over there, had downloaded Mr. English's cell phone and provided me with actually the data. It was not a report. He provided me with the data and I generated the report.
All right. So now the videos of the interior or exterior of 220 Satilla Drive, when they came that way to you from Larry English's phone, did they have dates associated with them?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, they did.
And were you able to find them embedded in texts that he had sent to other people?
Yes, ma'am. Some of them were duplicated, which is indicative of them being associated or forwarded or sent out in a text message. And we also found them within the text messages, in the bodies of some of the text messages.
All right. All right, I will pass the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a good time to go ahead and break. Why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess? Again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All right, for the jury.
All right, Agent, you can go ahead and step down. I remind you that you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody during the recess. Thank you. All right, we're in recess for 15 minutes.
My day ones can vouch. Shit is a maze, I need a way out. This blood stain permanent, can't scrub it out. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Let me talk to y'all. I inhale the beat, exhale the truth. I am the streets. Who the fuck are you? Crime rate increase when bills are due. Over my head I need a roof, so I started selling crack as a youth. I use words to paint portraits of society's ills. Are you living to die, nigga, or you dying to live? Keep a weapon concealed, cause my hood is like a battlefield. What goes around comes around, karma's a carousel. And this amusement park, I refuse to call life. Something about this roller coaster that don't feel right. More downs than ups, or maybe I got bad luck. We go to jail and come out buff and tatted up, still feeling caged up, thinking that God don't give a fuck. That's probably the reason a lot of niggas are atheists. Shit, I still believe God has a plan for me, even though someone poisoned the roots of my family tree. I speak for those that have no voice. The life I live, all these other rappers wanna exploit, but I'd rather show them everything glitter isn't gold and try to detour them off this self-destructive road that I traveled so many times. Then I finally got wise. No man can judge me, only God can scrutinize. So yeah, I'm throwing rocks and I live in a glass house. I'm trying to crack a wall in this bitch and air it out. Yeah, let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yes, let me vent. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yeah, let me vent.
Yeah, my Brody Port told me breathe on it. Plant the vision underneath and watch the seed open. As a youngin', I was raised by my pops. Older brother running the streets, I watched. Took heed to his words, he told me how the street life shice. Cold nights, rolling the dice, but that's not life. I learned at an early age, they don't want niggas to live that long. Learned that all my skin folk wasn't kinfolk all along. That's before I was grown. Looking back, I probably took it for granted. The vital lessons of life happen organic if you let it. And pardon if I vent momentarily, moments of clarity. Spoken broad emotion is therapy, this the conduit to ventilation. Speaking life to the audience, listen close and peep the message, it's obvious, listen. Now breathe, yeah, now breathe, now let me vent.
Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yes, let me vent. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yeah, let me vent.
Let me exhale, story told next tale. That church was that work, bending corners into the next cell. Went from a good life to sending kites to the next cell. Lost my whole wife, putting pipe in the next tail. But still was making money through the night, cause sex sells. When them hoes put on them clothes, they about to have a sex sale. Let's tell, tricks hit the block and path for fantasies. Had a chick from Cantonese, planted on their hands and knees. So prepared to grant the deed, taught her the trade to make the change. Only kept it real with her, I ain't had to fake the game. I know that I'm making money, I know that money don't make the man. But I was never with that high cap and I was really out here baking, fam. I'm smoking perk, rocking gold like the Lakers fan. You don't think she said, nigga, I ain't fucking with you nakers, man. Niggas never wake up until they put to sleep. Or whatever Pac said and he's not dead cause he still lives in me.
Yeah. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yes, let me vent. Let me get this shit off my chest before they finally lay my ass to rest. Yes, let me vent. I'm always on edge, I'm stressed. I have a few things I must confess. Yeah, let me vent.
so special. Headed to the top, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. Oh yeah, my people coming through. You gon' make us like a goddamn fool. And I'ma pack me a dream, rap right, I'm a fool. See the facts, it's the truth. Move back, I'm a shit, it's me attacking the madman strapped in the coop. You can ask for the proof, bitch, I'm back and I'm loose. I can't laugh at a fool, cause he have no clue. This ain't just rap in the booth. I'm half man, half fool, but I am that dude. I take baths in the truth, and half ass won't do. We won't let your ass come through. You won't outlast this group. I'ma stand and salute. 10 toes down with my troops. We yelling man down when we shoot. We on the ground with the boots. And if you're looking around for the truth, it get a little loud in the booth. Don't make a damn sound. Headed to the top, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. I can go back to back, but I won't go back to the trap. In the trap, it's a rap. In the trap, it's a bunch of damn rats. I'm a man, you won't trap me like that. So I'm here to speak the fact. Oh yeah, break them down on the track. I'm trying to reach every man in the benefit seat. In fact, stand tall, goddamn it, we black. They try to take that by giving us crack, but we giving that back. It's a race and we running this track. It's a war, yeah, we coming right back. And we ain't taking no slack. Ain't no more shooting us in the back. It's called unity, we all intact. Underground railroad track, we unified all over this map. Old school coming through in the lack, and we dressed all black. Y'all done gave us the best y'all got. You know we running for Ahmaud, y'all forgot. Headed to the top, no, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. No, I will not stop. I came from the bottom, I will not drop. Shalom to my people and everybody that rock. Just know it don't stop. We at the top, bitch, we solid as a rock. Oh yeah. Solid as a rock. Oh yeah. Salute to the general, Grandmaster J, to the whole NFAC. No fucking around. Y'all know what it is. Just be black, people. Change that me into a we. You dig? Remember, it's facts over feelings. This is Body to Beat, people. We in the building.
Hey, we got a black male out here. Fit the description of Arbery. He's running. He keep running. I can't catch up with him. Stop. He keeps running. He's running right now. He's running.
Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. No justice, no peace. Make a nigga feel like fuck them police. Their crooked ass system really working like bleach. It's good for the white and not for the color. It's kinda hard being a young black brother from a struggle that nobody seem to understand. They kill Ahmaud like they do them killings in the clans. It's 3 whites, 3 guns, and 1 black man. He unarmed, I'm like Mark never had a chance. Even avoided, man, we seen him throwing up his hands. Without that gun, it look like Mark was getting on your ass. Behind that badge, Modi crackers working for the clan. It's hard to maintain out here, being a black man. Because a black man kill a black man, that cool, they loving that. Black man kill a white man and they sentencing him to death. White man kill a black man and they scream about self-defense. Break it down to manslaughter and got all the evidence. We stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong how they did, little dog. The whole city crushed, we gotta stand tall. It could have been us, but it happened to be mud. Together we stand, divided we fall. They were dead wrong.
It's not fair. As a young black man, life's not fair. He said, yeah, Dad, but you don't understand. Every time I go to school, this white kid challenges me to a race. He began to explain how the white child set the race up, how his starting position was 50 paces from the swing set, and how my son's starting position was 450 paces from the swing sets. First one to the swing sets would win. On your mark, get set, go. My son would run as hard and as fast as he could, but he could never make it to the swing sets before that white child. This happened day after day, and eventually the white child looked at my son confused, and he said, "What's the matter with you, boy? Maybe you should try harder. Maybe you should do more. Maybe you should do better. What are you, lazy?" My son responded in frustration. He said, "What? But you had a 400 pace head start." The white child smiled and said, "See, that's your problem. You always playing that pace card. Maybe you should stop making excuses." But for 400 years, son, young black men, Morehouse men, you better keep them legs turning and ignore what the world tells you you should be. You better keep them arms pumping and ignore what the world tells you that you can't do. And you better run, you better run, you better run, black boy, run.
Already labeled a criminal from the giddy. Hold up, and here I go, about to rise out the pistol smoke. I'm a soldier like G.I. Joe, out on all of my enemies, though I don't even smoke. About to get hot from this reefer smoke, and I'd rather be anywhere than on earth. It's the surface. I don't wanna go in the dirt quick. God, this earth ain't working. God, this earth ain't worth it. Tell me why we gotta suffer being black. Probably got a better chance of living in Russia. Not a debate for discussion. The Mexicans and the Asians, the Latinos and the blacks, they treat us like we are disgusting. I know you see they trying to wipe us off the earth. Hey, what's up? And I'm tired of this shit. Everybody all divided and shit. They can never take my soul. It's God's property. Obviously, busting back in the coppers, drop them like why would he? Follow me through this odyssey, trying to live like the Bible. We just for being black, my life is a gamble like the lottery. Try to mold my life like Christ and pray every night. Just for being black, a target on my back for my life. I done been through hell on this earth, won't go down without a fight. If it come to capping, I'm clapping. You better be by the action. I'm a man, God, I hope you understand. It's his life or my life, though. If I hit the flow, I wanna know if heaven gotta get know if heaven gotta get on. Just wanna relax up in the ghetto. If the streets is gold, it might just be a ghetto. Wonder if pop found out it was a ghetto. Know if heaven gotta get on. I wanna know if heaven gotta get on. I wanna know if heaven gotta ghetto. I wanna know if heaven gotta ghetto. I wanna know if heaven got a ghetto. And if so, come on, hey, let's ride. Just be yourself, don't change yourself for nobody else. Racist people really hate theyself. You need to check yourself. You bleed like me, you bleed like I. The only thing that's different about us is our colors, motherfucker. Wasn't born to be a racist, man, that shit was taught to you. Somebody need to sit the fuck down with you and just talk to you. You know the mindset you gotta be in for a nigga to sit the fuck down and hate a person cause the color of their skin. Like we had a choice, y'all like we had a choice. I wouldn't have even been a human being, I would've been a horse. Time to stand up for our rights. But the day that we come together, watch our ghosts, they be up on us, under us, like umbrellas. Y'all gon' be in trouble, fellas. Throwing up the diamond sign, diamond cutter. Find a freeway exit before I rock a fella. Never forget about slavery. I'm tired of you motherfuckers talking about this is your country. Y'all gon' push us to the point of no returning, and we take over your whole little country. Think about it, won't nothing be funny. I still don't wanna live down here no more. God, all I wanna know is, do heaven got a ghetto? Wanna know if heaven got a ghetto? Just wanna relax up in the ghetto. If the streets is gold, it might just be a ghetto. Wonder if pop found out it was a ghetto. Know if heaven got a ghetto. I wanna know if heaven got a ghetto. I wanna know if heaven got a ghetto. I wanna know if heaven got a ghetto. Rest in peace, Tupac. Rest in peace, Grandpa. Rest in peace, Steel Max. Rest in peace, Black Ron. Rest in peace to my niggas that we lost in the hood. And if you a racist, middle finger to your face. Hey, in reality, this shit ain't gonna never stop, man. It's too much power, man. It's only so much that we can do. You know what I mean? So the only thing we can do is wait for God and fight back.
All rise for the jury. Please sit.
All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As I indicated, be ready to proceed in 15 minutes. I believe we are. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, Agent. I'm Jason Sheffield.
It's nice to meet you.
We haven't spoken yet before right now, have we?
I don't believe so. I spoke to one of the defense attorneys over the phone a while back, but I haven't.
What do you have?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so one of the questions that I'm having you answer today is on the idea of communication between Roddy Bryan and Travis McMichael on February 23rd. And so you were asked to look at cell records, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking at the cell phone number of Travis McMichael, meaning any phone calls that he may have made from that cell phone on that day, right?
I did.
You did. And looking at Roddy Bryan's cell phone to look at any cell phone calls he may have made on that day, February 23rd, right?
Yes, sir.
So in terms of on the subject of whether Travis McMichael and Roddy Bryan were on the phone with each other at any point during the 23rd, the answer is a resounding no.
That is correct. I found no evidence of communication.
That's right. And in terms of looking to see whether Travis McMichael had a friendly Facebook connection with Roddy Bryan, or they followed each other or friended each other, you looked at their Facebook pages, correct?
I looked at Mr. Bryan's Facebook page.
Right, and on that Facebook page, you saw zero Facebook connection between he and Travis McMichael.
On May 11th, yes, sir.
On May 11th.
Yes,
You're trying to figure out all the time, but all you're limited to is May 11th.
Yes, just from the records I had available.
All right, fair enough. You also had some communication with the medical examiner's office in this case, right?
I did.
Okay, do you recall talking with the Shannon Walden at the medical examiner's office?
I did.
Okay, and one of the things that you were tasked with was to try to work with the medical examiner who literally looked at Mr. Arbery's body and the gunshot wounds on Mr. Arbery's body, correct?
Not really. I was tasked with following up a tip of someone who had claimed to have gotten information from the medical examiner's office about the order of the shots.
Okay, and based on your inquiry back around May 7th, 2020, it was your understanding that the medical examiner did not have an opinion on the order of the shots, correct?
Right, that is correct. At that date, he
could not determine that.
No, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Agent Kelly, you had William Roddy Bryan's phone number when you did your work in this case?
I did.
And you had the extraction of his phone that the Glenn County Police Department had done, right?
Yes.
You had Greg McMichael's phone number when you did your work in this case.
I did.
And prior to February 23rd, you saw no communication between those two phones.
That is correct.
On February 23rd, 2020, no communication between those phones.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
No questions?
Any redirect from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. You are released for the day, but you are subject to recall.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, sir.
At this time, the state will call Brian Leopard.
So we tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Brian Leopard, BRIANLEPPARD.
And Mr. Leopard, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab in Savannah. Actually, in Pooler. I'm sorry, we moved a couple years ago.
Okay. So what does the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Crime Lab do?
So we're a forensic science agency. We analyze evidence that are submitted to us by outside agencies. Those might be police departments, the GBI investigative, the GBI investigative division, sheriff's departments, district attorneys, other medical examiners, other people that are in the law enforcement and legal community in the state.
And how long have you been with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Crime Lab?
About 16, a little over 16 and a half years.
All right. And what is your job title?
I'm a firearms and tool mark examiner.
Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a firearms and tool mark examiner.
Yeah, routinely I am called upon to determine whether or not a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a specific weapon. If no weapon is submitted, to determine what type of weapon a particular bullet or cartridge case may be consistent with being fired from. I'm also perform function testing on weapons. I perform serial number restorations. I perform muzzle to target distance determination on weapons. I perform general tool mark analysis, as well as other various job duties related to firearms.
All right, so tell the jury a little bit about your training and education in the field of firearms and tool mark analysis.
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's of science degree in chemistry from Georgia Southern University. Since being employed by the GBI in 2005, I underwent an extensive training program of approximately a year and a half. That was basically a year of both academic work and training, as well as other various practical exercises. The last 6 months of that year and a half was actually working cases under another qualified examiner called supervised casework, where we work cases and those are then looked at by a second qualified examiner. I've attended numerous firearms and ammunition manufacturing plant tours where I've seen different ammunition components as well as firearms produced, manufactured in their respective manufacturers by their respective manufacturers. I have completed numerous armors courses on weapons function testing by different manufacturers. I've currently worked somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 to 2,000 actual firearms cases. I've examined somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 weapons, performed thousands of microscopic comparisons, as well as other different things in the firearms field.
All right, so at this time, the state will tender Mr. Leopard as an expert in firearms and ballistic analysis, as well as tool mark analysis.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection. He's admitted.
All right, so let's go ahead and start. Go ahead and explain to the jury what the difference is between a semi-automatic handgun and a revolver.
So you can kind of classify those two things both as handguns. A semi-automatic handgun normally has a magazine of some sort. Many times that is a box magazine that's loaded into the bottom of the weapon. A revolver has a magazine that is in the center of the weapon. That's normally is the cylinder of the weapon. The main functional difference or end result difference is that when you fire a revolver, the cartridges and the resulting cartridge cases, those are the fired spent components that hold the gunpowder, they stay in the weapon. In a semi-automatic handgun, those stay there. Sorry, for the revolver, those stay there until they're manually removed from the revolver by the shooter or by someone else. In terms of a semi-automatic pistol, that weapon is loaded by a box magazine, and it is fired. Every time it is fired, a cartridge casing, that's the fired ammunition component that holds the gunpowder we talked about, that's automatically, semi-automatic is where the name comes in, extracted, ejected from the weapon, and the next one is fired in. The next one is loaded in. That happens in a split second. So as long as you pull that trigger of that weapon, it will fire unless it runs out of ammunition or malfunctions in some way.
All right, so coming out of the end of the barrel of a gun, like a revolver, what comes out of the end besides kind of the projectile that might hit somebody or hit a wall?
And so you've got the projectile, obviously, and then you've also got both partially burnt and unburnt particles of gunpowder, also a bit of lead that comes out with that.
All right, so what's soot?
Soot's sort of a layman's term for the combination of all of those things.
And stippling?
Stippling is the mark that's made on a particular object if that object is close enough to the end of the muzzle of the gun to be hit by that, by the gunpowder.
So if something's really far away from the gunpowder doesn't hit it, you're not going to see stippling?
Correct.
All right. But if it's close enough, you might see stippling on what kind of surface on a person?
On their skin.
Would you see it on their clothing if they had clothing over the skin?
Not likely. You could see the embedded particles of gunpowder because the gunpowder, if it's relatively close to the muzzle of the gun, it will stick in the fabric itself.
Does the fabric make a difference, like what the person's wearing when they're shot?
Yes.
All right, so a leather jacket's different than a t-shirt?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to draw your attention to the Department of Forensic Sciences case number 2020-600-1183. Did you perform an analysis in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. So who submitted the evidence to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab?
There was different evidence submitted by both the GBI Coastal Regional Medical Examiner in Fuller, as well as the GBI Region 14 office out of Kingsland.
All right, so you got a whole bunch of different evidence from a bunch of different places.
Correct.
All right. So I'm actually going to kind of start backwards for a second here. All right, so I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 339, which has been made safe by our Sheriff's Department here, okay? So so it's been opened, but I want you to take a look at State's Exhibit 339 and see if you're able to recognize this exhibit.
Yes.
How are you able to recognize that particular item within State's Exhibit 339?
By its unique case number, which is 2020-600-1183. I believe we spoke of that already. It's submission number 19, and the item contained within is a .357 Magnum revolver, and it is serial number AA Alpha Alpha K 7222.
And was this submitted to you for analysis in regards to this particular case, the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes.
All right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 339.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
So what else is in that particular your item number 19, State's Exhibit 339.
There's also a holster.
Did you do any sort of analysis on State's Exhibit 339?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether that particular Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum was in working order?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, of course. If it would help with you refresh your recollection.
Yes, I was able to determine that State's Exhibit 339 was operational as I received it.
All right. So capable of firing?
Yes.
All right. And when it came to you, did it have ammunition in it?
Yes, it did. It had 6 .357 Magnum cartridges in it.
I'll go ahead and take that back. Okay. Thank you. So when evidence comes in to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab, tell the jury how it actually kind of comes into you and how you keep track of it.
Yeah, so when evidence is submitted to us, the submitting agency fills out an online submission form where they indicate the stuff like the case number, the victim or suspect name, the evidence that they're submitting, what it actually is. They put all that stuff in, and then when they come in, they bring the submission form in with them. Those items are then placed into a secure lockbox by the submitting agency. That lockbox is only accessible by from the inside part of the lab, so it's a sort of a double-sided box. One side, they put it in and they put the key inside, and it's locked at that point. No one can access it from the outside. The inside staff is the only one that has access to that, and it's locked. And once they put that evidence in there with the submission form, the evidence receiving staff in the lab takes that evidence out. They verify the information on the submission form, that it matches what's on the evidence packaging, and then they take and they finish entering the rest of the case into the LIMS system. LIMS is the Laboratory Information Management System. That's the system by which our lab keeps track of all of the evidence. It's all barcoded. At that point, it's all photographed. It's given a unique case number and item number so that we can track it throughout the lab system until it's returned to the submitting agency or the court or whoever.
All right, so in this case, the Department of Forensic Sciences case number 2020-600-1183, what did you actually receive from the medical examiner within your office?
Yes, referring to my notes again, there was a number of different items, pellets, wadding, that were submitted from the GBI Coastal Medical Examiner's Office to us for analysis.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 342 and 343. See if you're able to recognize this.
Yes, 340. Sorry, 342. I recognize it's the same case number I mentioned before. It's the submission number 3. States 343. It's the same case number. It's submission number 4.
All right. This time the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 342 and 343.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
So State's Exhibit 342, what are we looking at?
342 is some pellets. All
right. What kind of pellets?
They are lead pellets.
You able to tell what kind of gun they came from?
Presumably they come from a shotgun. Most times the lead pellets of this size would come from a shotgun. There's a few odd exceptions to that, but normally pellets like this come from a shotgun.
All right, and what is State's 343?
State's 343 is a combination of both pellets and wadding, similar types of materials as the other, just more in different types.
All right. So when it comes to these kinds of pellets, we see on TV, CSI, you match up this gun to this piece of ammunition or this bullet and that kind of thing. Can you do anything with those pellets?
Not in terms of matching them now.
Tell the jury why not.
Because normally when we look at couple different things there. We're looking at a projectile when we match, as you said, something to a particular gun to identify that it was fired from that gun. These don't make marks that are sufficient or in really any way comparable because they're just random balls going down the barrel of a gun. There is a shot cup, but those aren't normally compared to a shotgun unless there's some very extenuating circumstance where the plastic could maybe leave a random mark. Shotgun could maybe leave a random mark on the plastic of the waddings, but normally those things are not compared.
Gotcha. All right. So I'll go ahead and take that back from you. Thank you, sir. So what then did you get from the Kingsland, Region 14 of, let me make sure I get this right. What did you get from GBI Region 14, Kingsland via lockbox?
There were a number of different things. I was submitted the revolver we just looked at a few minutes ago. There was a 12 gauge shotgun. There were different waddings, 12 gauge cartridge cases, 12 gauge cartridges, those are the unfired rounds that were submitted to the crime lab by GBI Region 14.
All right, what's the difference between a cartridge case and a cartridge?
So a cartridge, specifically as it refers to a shotgun, is also sometimes called a shot shell. A cartridge is the unfired ammunition component. In terms of a shotgun, a cartridge contains the pellets or other projectile, if that's the case, waddings, and gunpowder. The gunpowder propels the wadding and the pellets downrange out the end of the barrel of the gun. At the point that it's fired, that thing is empty, and it is that point a cartridge case or a fired shot shell.
All right, so I'm going to direct you to what has already been tendered and admitted into evidence as states 332. It's been made safe by our sheriff's department here. Okay. Would it help you to come down here and look at it rather than up there?
Yes.
All right. If you may step down, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Leopard, take a look at states 332. See what we got.
Just for the courtesy of the court, the weapon is unloaded. All right, so within step 332, the main item in there is a 12 gauge Remington shotgun. It is serial number C659540M.
All right, and is this the shotgun that you received in reference to this particular case, the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, it is.
All right, what else is in there?
There are also some test fires that were made by myself, as well as 12 gauge cartridges that were submitted with the weapon.
All right, so I'm going to have you turn so we're looking at the jury right here. So that's okay. So get the shotgun, and then you said there are test fires?
Yes, the test fires are in this package. I can open that if you like. These are 2 test fires I made.
Now, these particular cartridge cases,
Yes.
were they submitted as cartridges to you with that particular shotgun?
Yes. So in this package here, and open this as well, and I can answer your question. In this package, there were 4. This is item 11C, the bigger item. My submission was item 11. This is item 11C. There were 4 12-gauge cartridges in here, and I used 2 of those to make these 2 test fires, and these are the 2 remaining.
All right, and why were you making test fires?
Those test fires were made as part of a muzzle-to-target distance determination that I was asked to perform.
All right. So when this shotgun first came to you, it had 4 cartridges that could be fired in that shotgun.
In this package, yes.
Okay. Did you get any empty or fired cartridge cases?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to direct your attention over here. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Safety Exhibit 334. I'm actually going to have them continue to stand, if that's okay. Right. I'm sorry. So 334.
Yes.
I'm going to have you take a look at 335 and 336. I was just looking for scissors.
Okay.
Not sure if I have any.
States 334 is same case number we mentioned before. It is submission number 14. And it is a single 12-gauge cartridge case fired shot shell.
.335.
.335 is same case number, submission number 15. It is a plastic wadding.
Thank you, sir. And 336.
336 is same case number. It is submission number 16. And it is a single 12-gauge fired shot shell.
So with regard to, I'm going to step in front of you real quick. With regard to states 334 and 336, did you do a comparison on these fired shot shells with that shotgun?
Yes, I did.
And what were you able to determine?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, of course. Please take a stand.
I was able to determine that those 2 items were fired in the firearm. I don't remember state's exhibit, but it's the 12-gauge Remington shotgun we spoke of.
So 12-gauge Remington shotgun, Safety Exhibit 332, fired those 2 shell casings.
Correct.
Now, I believe you testified that you were asked to do a muzzle to target distance analysis.
Correct.
All right. And did you in fact do that?
I did.
All right. So what was submitted to you so that you could do this analysis?
There was some clothing from the victim.
Clothing from her. I just didn't hear.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Where did you have the clothing came from who?
I'm sorry. The clothing was submitted by from the Coastal Regional Medical Examiner's Office.
Right. And did you also have the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 190, the video of the homicide in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to review State's Exhibit 314, the frame-by-frame images from State's 190, the video?
I reviewed those, yes.
And did you also have the opportunity to review some crime scene photos of Mr. Arbery's body?
Yes.
And once you did that, what did you do to perform your muzzle to target distance analysis?
So I looked at the clothing that was submitted. Specifically, there was a white T-shirt that I examined. Made notes, took measurements, photographs of that shirt, and looked at specifically the entry holes in the shirt. I tested some particles chemically to determine the presence of fired ammunition or fired gunpowder chemicals, if you will. I looked at those. I also looked at, we spoke about the photos, looking at where that stuff was assimilated to the defects, the gunshot holes of entry and exit on the body. And I made my analysis based off of that.
And what was your conclusion?
My conclusion, sorry, I keep forgetting about the mic. My conclusion was that the areas on the shirt, the defects on the front of the shirt, I don't know the State's exhibit number, but that you mentioned, but it was Mr. Arbery's shirt, was microscopically examined and chemically processed for the presence of gunshot residues. The examination revealed the presence of gunshot residues and a physical characteristics consistent with contact or near contact gunshot holes of entry.
Okay, so we've got contact or near contact gunshot holes of entry. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what has been marked. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 401 through 409. Take a look at 401 through 409 and see if you're able to recognize those particular photos.
Yes.
How are you able to recognize 401 through 409?
All of them except for 406 were photos that were taken by myself during my analysis. 406 appears to be, there's no identifying other than the date and time stamp, and I don't have a recollection of when this occurred exactly, but that does appear to be the body of Mr. Arbery.
All right. And was that sent to you by myself so that you could review it?
It was, yes.
Okay. So at this time, the state would tender into evidence States 401 through 409.
Is 406 duplicative?
406 is duplicative of the crime scene photos. It's just one we looked at.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection. Admitted.
All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at 401 through 409. You'll be able to see them on your screen right here. So when looking at State's Exhibit 401, what's the jury looking at here?
State's Exhibit 401 is area, what I marked as Area 1. That was at the left shoulder area of the white shirt.
Okay, so
And by shoulder armpit area.
shoulder armpit area, so that's right here.
Yes.
Okay. And what was your determination about this particular, was contact, near contact, or something else?
That it was contact or near contact.
And what do you mean by contact or near contact?
That the end of the shotgun was very close to that fabric when it was fired. That's evidenced by looking at the large hole there. That hole, just by looking at the ruler, I could look at my notes for a more specific measurement, but it's 4 or 5 inches across. Normally when pellets and wadding exit a shotgun, for the first few inches, foot or two, they will be in a single shot string. That shot string's give or take an inch or so in diameter. So to have something that large, it had to be made by in my opinion, made by the gas from the tearing of the large amount of gas that exits the end of the barrel of the weapon. Also observed is the rolling of the fabric where the edges of it are seared and rolled up. That's also something that's indicative of a contact or near contact shot.
Something like that? Or is that part of the fabric?
It's kind of difficult to see. I mean, in the sort of middle top there, you can see where it's rolled up. The edges there, appear to be rolled up. It's a little fuzzy on my end, but.
Are you able to say, based on just the fabric that you looked at in the photo of 406, whether this shotgun was pressed up underneath his arm or here or here? I mean, is it easy to say or hard to say?
Just by looking at the photo, I mean, I would say, like I said, it's contact or near contact. There's a little variation there, but it has to be pretty close for that to happen.
So then when we look at State's 403, what are we looking at there?
The State's 403 is again, those notations are by myself. Those were marked. That's the back left. So that the shirt there, as you see it in the photo, the back is folded over so that you see the back left shoulder of the shirt. Those appear to be exit. They're consistent with exit marks by pellets that had gone through the body and are starting to exit on that side.
So we look then at State's Exhibit 402. What's the jury looking at there?
So 402 is what I call defect areas 2 and 3. That is positioned where the neck band of the shirt would be in the top of that photo. So in the uppermost chest, you would have that defect area there, which is, yes, in that area that you were pointing at. Those two holes, those were consistent with the top, and we'll get to it. I was presumably another photo in a minute, but those are consistent with being directly over and associated with the chest wound of Mr. Arbery.
All right, so Mr. Arbery had one chest wound. How did he have 3 holes?
I don't really know. To be able to say that, that bottom hole could very well be associated with the chest wound that is directly above it. It would just be a bunched up fabric where you're making contact with the gun is passing through, the pellets are passing through those 3 areas at the same time. That's plausible. The other would be that bottom area is a fired and missed shot that did not make impact with the chest area.
But we don't know.
I don't know, no.
And so when we look at 404 and then 405, what are we looking at here with these 2 sort of images here?
These are 40, that one, yes, 404 is diphenylamine. That's a chemical I use to look for It's either nitrates or nitrites. I apologize. Those are from the the unfired gunpowder particles. So they have a particular shape that we look for. They're either ball shape, flattened ball shape, disc shape. There's some other shapes there, but we look for those. And then sort of the chemical confirmation is that it turns out blue. So this is a positive. This just shows that the diphenyllamine test solution that we're using is working. We take a piece of gunpowder that we know is gunpowder and we test it with that.
And so what do we have in 405?
Those are some particles that although they didn't look like gunpowder, they appear to be consistent with Grex, which is or shot buffer, which is a portion of the loading of many shot shells that make the pellets sort of have something in between them. It's sort of sidetracked here, but it's to prevent what we call billiard ball effect, so that when the pellets are fired, they don't bounce against each other and cause themselves to spread out faster. I suspect that's what that is. It didn't test positive for gunshot residues, but it was something that I wanted to make sure it was not gunpowder. Even though it didn't look that way, I tested it.
Where did this come from?
Those were collected from the shirt.
All right, so both this 405 and 404 collected from the shirt.
No, 40. That picture there, is that 404?
404.
404 is a control. So that's two things that I brought out. One is the solution to test for the gunshot residues. The other is a known particle of gunpowder. 405 were suspect particles that I tested.
All right, but they didn't actually react.
They didn't react, correct.
Gotcha. So 406, of course, is this the photo that you went ahead and looked at as part of your analysis for the muzzle to target distance? Is that what you looked at?
Appears so, yes. Like I said, it doesn't have markings on it other than the time stamp at the bottom, but that appears to be the photo that I looked at, yes.
All right. And so when we look at 407, is that consistent with what we just looked at in 406?
Yeah, that would be the same orientation of the shirt relative. This was a photo I took. That would be the same orientation of the shirt relative to the body as is the previous photo that you saw.
408, what are we looking at here with 408?
408 were two test fires I made. Basically wanted to see, or wanted to confirm that the rolling of the fabric wasn't caused by the blood. And so I obtained another shirt that was the same manufacturer and design, essentially the same shirt that Mr. Arbery was wearing. And I shot that 2 times just to see what that would look like.
So when you talk about a press contact, are you talking about the end of that shotgun in states 332 up against somebody?
Yes, up against the test material that I had testing there, yes.
Okay, and then near contact was further away.
It was within an inch or two. It was right there at the fabric.
And when we look here at 409, what are we looking at? Here, I'll focus it.
So that would be, I'm trying to read, that would be defects under the right side and right arm. So that's on this side of the body, on the right side of the body. Those were also consistent with pellet exit defects in the shirt.
All right, so when we're talking about Mr. Arbery, we've got this particular shot and this particular shot, correct?
Yes, there were 2 shots, one to the armpit, shoulder area, one to the mid-chest area.
All right, so with the one to the torso and chest area, your conclusion was that it was what?
Contact or near contact.
And the one up here under the arm, your conclusion was?
The same, contact or near contact.
All right.
And that's to the fabric. You know, I'm looking at the wound, but I'm looking at examining the shirt.
Okay. So because you're looking at the fabric of the shirt.
Yes, correct.
All right. You're not the medical examiner.
Correct.
All right. So you're not looking at the body, right?
I look at the body to assimilate the holes, but I'm making my observations and my analysis based off the shirt.
All right. And the shirt really is just how much it tore and the curling of the fabric?
The searing and the tearing and the curling and the size of the holes, yes.
Okay. And you're not able to opine as to, offer an opinion to the jury as to the order of shots?
I mean, it appears from looking at the video that I saw, that the last shot was the shot to the armpit area. And it also appears that, just looking at what appears to be.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to Mr. Leopard opining what he watched in the video, which we've all watched now dozens of a dozen times, and his coming to a conclusion where the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, if it's sustained, I mean, if anything, sustained as the question's asked, yes.
Without having watched the video, would you be able to tell the order of shots?
No.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about this particular shotgun that is within State's Exhibit 332. Okay, I'm actually going to ask you to come back down. Sorry. And unfortunately, we took your gloves off. You got them right there. Okay. You got it.
Yes.
So. How does that shotgun work? Go ahead and pull it out so you can go ahead and show the
From
jury.
start to finish?
From start to finish.
Okay. So this weapon has there's two places that cartridges are loaded into it. One is in the tube magazine, that's this physical bottom tube here. The other is into the chamber of the weapon, which is in the top tube at the rearward most section here. So cartridges are loaded in one of those two ways. If they're in the tube magazine, the slide that is this, and that will, you have to excuse me here, that will not operate with this in place. But this slide, as it is pulled rearward, will pull a cartridge out of that tube magazine, and as it is pushed forward, we'll load that cartridge. It will elevator it up into the top, into the chamber of the weapon. That at that point, the weapon is ready to fire. There's a safety on the weapon here. As it's pushed to the right of the weapon, that would be that way, it is engaged. That means the weapon will not fire. As it's pushed to the left, that means the safety is disengaged. It's ready to fire. So assuming it is loaded and the safety is off, at this point, the only thing that happens is you pull the trigger. When the trigger is pulled, the weapon fires, okay? The cartridge stays in the chamber of the weapon. And in order to load another cartridge in there, you move the slide rearward, the slide forward. That extracts the spent cartridge and loads the next cartridge from the magazine. And at that point, it's ready to fire again.
How many cartridge cases can fit into that shotgun?
Again, can I refer to my notes for that?
Of course.
So as I tested it, the magazine would hold 6 and the chamber would hold 1. So that's 7 total.
And when this shotgun came to you, how many cartridges and cartridge cases did you get that were submitted?
So in the box with the weapon, there was 1 cartridge case and 4 12-gauge cartridges. So 1 fired and 4 unfired. Also submitted in separate packaging from that. There was my item 14 was a single 12-gauge cartridge case. My item 16 was a single 12-gauge cartridge case. Also, there was item 17, which I don't believe we've talked about yet. That was 3 12-gauge cartridges unfired. I believe that is all the 12-gauge ammunition that I've received.
Okay, so as excluding the item number 17, I think, no, I take that back. Hold on, I want to make sure I get this right. 1 cartridge case, meaning spent shell case, came with that gun.
In the box, yes.
In the box. Then you had 4 cartridges which could be fired. And they came with that.
Yes.
All right. So that's 5. Then we have State's Exhibit 334 and 336. Okay. And that makes a total of 7. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So with this particular shotgun, how do you get 7 in there?
You put 1 in the chamber and you load the other 6 in the magazine, in the tube magazine underneath.
Okay, so you got 6 in the tube magazine underneath. You load 1 in.
Yes.
Okay. Once that one is loaded in, what do you have to do to fire it?
You have to disengage the safety and pull the trigger.
That's all you have to do.
Yes. By assuming, and I say that assuming by loaded, you mean that the cartridge is in the chamber and the slide is forward. Safety off, pull trigger, fire weapon.
Okay, so let's say, for instance, there's 7 in there, and I take the safety off, and then I go ching, ching. What's going to happen?
You're going to eject the first one that's in the chamber. You're going to load the next one that is in, I'm sorry. Yes, you're going to load the next one that's in the magazine, assuming it functions correctly.
Okay, so if this shotgun already has 6 in and 1 in the chamber, I just take the safety off and pull the trigger.
Yes.
Now, in order to fire it, the next time.
One thing there to clarify too.
Okay, go ahead.
Your question about extracting that first. Okay, so there is a lever, I think it's called a slide lever lock. It's on the side of the weapon. Once the slide is forward and it's loaded, that lever has to be pushed to unlock that slide unless you pull the trigger. So I don't know exactly what your question was there, but in order to take that one out, you would have to unlock the slide with that button, that lever.
So for instance, I loaded the shotgun, I had the 6 below and the 1 in here, in the top, the 7th one. If I just wanted to take it out without having to fire the gun, I'd have to hit the lever.
Yes.
So that's me, basically if I just wanted to unload the gun at that point.
Correct.
Okay. But if I am about to fire the gun, I've got the gun, I just hit the safety and I can pull the trigger, will anything eject at that point?
No.
Why not?
Because you will have to manually pull the slide rearward to extract and eject the spent cartridge and then push it forward to load the next cartridge into the chamber.
So if I have fired it once, I have to ching ching, and then a cartridge goes this way. I know I'm making noises, but cartridge goes this way.
Yes.
I'm ready to fire again.
Yes.
I pull the trigger again. What happens?
The weapon should fire.
Is the cartridge going to eject?
No, it will stay in the weapon.
Until
Same
what?
cycle of order there. You would have to extract and eject by moving the slide rearward and forward.
And I fire it a 3rd time. What happens next?
Same situation. Slide rearward, slide forward.
Do you know how much pressure is needed to pull the trigger on that particular shotgun?
That is something I tested, yes.
And what was that?
I tested it 3 times and it was an average of 3 1/4, 3.25 pounds.
3.25 pounds of pressure.
Yes.
Let me have one moment. I want to make sure I've covered everything. Oh, of course I've not. I'm going to ask you, did you measure that shotgun? And if not, can we measure it now?
We can, yes.
All right.
Did I measure? I guess that was your first question.
Well, as part of your analysis, did you actually measure the shotgun when you first did your analysis back in June of 2020?
Yes. The main thing we're looking there for there is to determine if the barrel of the shotgun is of legal length and if the overall length of the shotgun is of legal length. For shotgun, per federal statutes, the barrel length has to be at least 18 inches or longer. Overall length of the shotgun has to be at least 26 inches or longer. So we're just looking to see if it's longer than that.
And was this of legal length?
Yes.
All right. So what I'd like to ask you to do is come on down and measure the shotgun.
So measuring from the butt of the shotgun, that's the rearwardmost point, and to the end of the barrel is just shy, I would say 38.75 of an inch. Just shy of 39 inches.
Okay. And how long, well, first off, when you go ahead and fire the shotgun, go ahead, if you don't mind, just sort of hold it in a manner that you might hold it to fire a shotgun, maybe up against your shoulder. And please don't point it at anyone. That way. All right, that way. So you put it up against your shoulder.
Yes.
And you hold it. Your finger is there.
Yes.
Okay. So normally, where would you put your left hand? Where it is right now?
Where it is right now, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to hold it like that. From here to here is, well, you can't see that. From here to here is how long? Basically where the pull is.
So the trigger is about 25 inches.
About 25 inches. Okay. Now, are there other ways to carry and fire a shotgun other than just up against your shoulder like that?
Sure. I mean, that would be what we would call the normal shooting position. That's with the weapon up like this, with the rear of the gun against your shoulder, sort of in the crease of your shoulder, like this. It could be held unlimited ways, basically. Okay. As long as your finger can reach the trigger, and as long as you have something supporting it reasonably here on the forend.
Got it. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I believe at this time, I will go ahead and pass the witness. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Agent Leopard. Is Agent Leopard?
No, I'm a civilian. I'm just a crime lab scientist.
Okay. Scientist Leopard.
Sure.
Excuse me. Mr. Leopard, my name is Bob Rubin. I represent Travis Big Michael, and you and I have spoken before.
Yes, sir.
We spoke about, it's November, 2 months ago?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And we talked about some of your findings in the case, correct?
We did.
Specifically, the muzzle to target examination that you did.
Yes.
Okay. But let me go backwards in time a little bit. You first, well, let me go even further back. When you, as a crime lab examiner, complete your examination, you complete a report.
Yes.
Has a case number, right?
Correct.
Has your name on it.
Yes.
It has your signature on it.
Correct.
It has a list of the items received or evidence received.
Yes.
And it has your conclusions or results.
Correct.
And you do that in every case in which you are asked to conduct an examination.
Yes.
Okay. Within the report is a report date, right?
Yes.
How soon after your examination do you do a report date?
It just depends upon the case. Sometimes it takes a bit of time to after the examination to wrap up all the paperwork. If the case is a situation where it's verified, microscopic work, it's verified by a second examiner, and then peer reviewed, it just that time varies.
Okay, so you don't have an official report until you've done your examination and your examination results have been and methods have been reviewed by another peer in your agency.
Correct. All those things are done and released, and that's the report date.
Okay. Do you have your reports with you?
Yes.
Okay. There's a case number which the state has asked you about, and it's 2020-600-1183. That's the case number for this particular case.
Correct.
And it's specific only to this case. There's no other cases that have that case number.
Correct.
Now, you received evidence in this case as far back as, and if I'm reading this correctly, February 25th, 2020. And that would be the report where there's a whole lot of items received.
That is the farthest back date, I believe, yes.
Okay. Now, those items are not given directly to you. They're put in a lockbox.
Correct. They're entered in, like I spoke before, they're put in a lockbox, and then they're kept under secure access until at which time they're returned.
Okay. And even though they're delivered to you on February 25th, you may not get to your examination for some weeks or months later, depending on your caseload.
That's reasonable, yes.
Okay. In this case, the items were delivered, and we're talking about items such as the 12-gauge cartridge cases, the wadding, pellets that you testified about, the 357 Magnum revolver. You got those on the 25th, but your report, your final report is dated June 10th, 2020.
Correct.
So it took, 5 months or so, 4.5 months for you to get to the items, examine them, do all the analysis, and then have it peer reviewed and then a final report.
Give or take that timeline, yes.
Okay. You have a second report in which you've testified about this as well, in which you.
I'm going to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to do that. You have a second report in which you received items in May of 2020, May 11th. And the items you received were the Remington 12-gauge shotgun, right?
Yes.
And 12-gauge cartridge case and cartridges.
Correct.
And you turned that around and wrote a report even earlier than your other report. Your report is dated 5/21/2020.
Correct.
Okay. And you testified to the items you reviewed, what your conclusions were about the cartridges and the shotgun, the unfired cartridges, your examination that the shotgun itself was functional, all of those things you did in those two reports, covered those things.
Yes, I did.
Okay. It wasn't until a year later that you were asked to examine the T-shirt, right?
That was in 2021, yes.
2021. Who asked you to examine the T-shirt?
That was at the request of the Cobb County DA's office.
The people at this table?
Yes.
Their office?
Their office, yes.
Not the medical examiner, right?
Correct.
Not GBI agent in charge, Richard Dial?
Right? Not at that timeline, no.
Okay. So at that time, you were asked to determine the muzzle to target distance because it had not been determined yet.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever speak to a former GBI agent named Jay Jarvis?
Spoke to him, yes, I'm going to say 2-ish months ago, 3 months ago, somewhere in that timeline.
Around the time that we spoke?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who he was?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be?
He's an outside independent expert in firearms.
Okay. And did he call you?
Object to relevancy as to an outside expert having anything to do with this.
It goes to the timing of why he examined this clothing in June of 2021, as opposed to doing it back in May of 2020 or June of 2020 when the case first came in his office.
And I believe he's already testified that we asked him to do it. So I'm not sure where we're going with relevancy here.
I'll move on.
Yeah, that's the state.
Mr. Leopard, so we spoke in September of 2021. You had completed your analysis in June of 2021.
Yes.
And your results were that the hole in the t-shirt in the left armpit area, upper shoulder, and the hole in the t-shirt or holes in the t-shirt in the center midline of the chest were caused by shotgun blasts from a contact or near contact wound.
Yes.
And you've described for the jury that contact, of course, we know it means it's pressing against it, right?
Correct.
And near contact sounds like from what you testified to is an inch or two at the most.
It's very close. I wouldn't put a definite number on it just to say, I would just say that it's got to be close enough for that gas exiting the end of the gun to make an impact on the fabric to cause that searing and tearing and rolling back as we saw.
Okay. And the gun itself, the barrel of the gun, you said was 18 inches.
Approximately, a little more. 18 inches is the cutoff to be legal, so it was just slightly more than that.
Slightly more than that. Okay. I certainly don't want to handle that gun, and no one wants me to handle that gun. Do you mind stepping down if it's okay with the court and picking the shotgun up?
Do you have another set of gloves?
You'll just point it just at the wood, okay, right there. Contact, near contact wound. If the wood were the t-shirt that you've described, can you show the jury how close that gun would be to that t-shirt?
Yeah, and again, this would be an approximation. Obviously, contact is touching the wood. Near contact, it's going to be close. I don't have an exact number, as it were, it's just an approximation. But it's going to be close to the wood, close to the shirt.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can put it down. Please have a seat.
Okay.
Were you ever asked to submit that shotgun to another department within the GBI crime lab, the fingerprint department?
No, fingerprints would happen before I received the shotgun. And to my knowledge, I'm not going to say fingerprints weren't done, but they would have been done before me. So that would have been taken care of before I got the shotgun.
And you were not made aware of any fingerprint results as from an examination of that shotgun?
There are none that I know of. There could have been, but I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Based on your analysis of the shirt that you received from the medical examiner's office, the shotgun was clearly within arm's reach of whoever, Mr. Arbery in this case, was on the receiving end of a shotgun blast.
Objection calls for speculation as to whether that shotgun was within arm's reach.
I don't think it does, based on his testimony. Can you answer that question without speculating?
I think it's reasonable to say that if the end of the shotgun can touch your shirt, if you are the victim, then it would be reasonable to think that you can also grab the shotgun. Is that answering your question?
It sure does. Thank you, sir. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Anything from Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Just a few questions. So I'm going to take a look at your report. I just want to clear this up. On February 25th, 2020, what exactly did you receive?
So on February 25th, that would be the items from, yes, that would be the items from the medical examiner, both the pellets and wadding that we spoke of, as well as the clothing.
Okay.
Those
So-
were all received, and by me, those were received into the lab on that date.
Okay. So the medical examiner's offices, or how close are they to your offices?
So we're in the same building. They're a separate section, but we're in the same building.
So you guys are in the same building?
Yes.
Okay. So, but you're following procedure because you got to mark everything, right?
Yeah, as we treat them as a submitting agency, we treat them as a submitting agency, just like we would treat any other agency. So they bring items over, they put them in lockbox or hand deliver them to another scientist or to another, evidence receiving technician, and they're treated the same way.
All right. So when we're talking about that, what we're talking about is State's Exhibit 343 and 342.
The autopsy stuff, yes.
Autopsy stuff. Okay. So moving down that particular page, when did you receive from GBI Region 14 Kingsland the actual shotgun itself? 332.
The shotgun was received May 11th of 2020.
All right. And then when did you receive the handgun, the Smith & Wesson 357, which is States 339? When did you receive that?
That was received May 22nd of 2020.
And States Exhibits 336, 334, and 335. When did you receive these?
Those are all of the cartridge cases, items from GBI Region 14. That would be the same date, May 22nd of 2020.
So May 22nd is when you received all of this stuff.
Yes.
And so then your report was June 10th of 2020.
Sorry, that report. Yes, that report was issued June 10th of 2020.
All right. And who's the person who called you up and asked you to do the muzzle to target analysis?
It was your office.
Okay. Was it me?
I believe it was you. It was someone from it was either yourself or someone previous to you.
Okay. All right. Anything else? No. Thank you very much.
Any other matters?
Yes. You know why Ms. Donikoski called you to do the muzzle to target distance?
It was my knowledge that they wanted it done just for the completion of the case, the totality of the case. So that was what I think she and we decided was the best thing for the evidence.
Any reason it wasn't done earlier, do you know?
It was asked earlier, but earlier on in the case, it was, asked by a GBI agent way earlier in the case. And a muzzle to target is not a service that we typically just do on every case. It's only done on an as-needed basis. And typically it's on an as-prosecuted basis. So a lot of times it will not be done until the prosecutor asks it because one was the video in the case was evident. And that was asked by her at a later date. And we decided that if that was what she needed to prosecute the case, that was what would be done.
Do you know if the medical examiner came to a conclusion after his autopsy of a muzzle to target distance based on what he had at that time?
I'm going to object to the ME is about to testify next. So him testifying what the ME said or did at any time.
I have not asked him what the ME said. I just want to know if he knows if the ME did a muzzle to target distance, not what the answer is, not what he said or anything. Do you,
go ahead.
Do you know, do you know if the medical examiner did a muzzle to target examination as part of his autopsy?
I don't think he did a muzzle to target examination per se. I think he may have had an opinion on distance.
Okay. Do the elevators work in your building?
Yes.
Were the elevators working back in June of 2020, July of 2020, August of 2020, all the way to June of 2021?
I'm sure they were, yes.
Any reason the medical examiner couldn't come to you and bring you that white T-shirt?
That would be up to him.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leopard.
Thank you. You can step down. You are released for the day, but subject to recall. Thank you. Let me see counsel briefly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a good breaking point for the day. We're going to go ahead and adjourn until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, going to give you the same instructions. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case, and if anybody approaches you about the case, please notify the court immediately upon your return and do not discuss that with your fellow jurors. So again, don't go looking for any information. Don't go picking up the news or news feeds or social media or whatever's out there. If anybody's talking about this case around you, you need to walk away. Make sure that you do not spend any time around anybody who is talking about the case in your presence of hearing. With those instructions and all of the other instructions I've given you, thank you again for your attention today. It is greatly appreciated on behalf of the Superior Court of Glenn County. Have a good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow morning.
All right for the jury.
There you have it, people. Day 7. See how you feel, brother Ja. I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. I don't know. I ain't gonna say it's not possible, but I don't know. You got a point when you want to speak on the military, but I don't know. I ain't too old to say I could be wrong. Shit, I could be wrong. But in this case, you know, you got a former cop, which I think, to be honest with you, I think the McMichaels definitely has some ties with the KKK. I truly feel that way because when Grandmaster Jaden actually came down here with the squad, that's what I would call it. Sometime during that day, it was I think like a white van with that goddamn flag on it, and they didn't stay very long. I can tell you that much, because it's really only one way in and one way out of Satilla. So I mean, you can take a different route, but it's gonna take you to the same goddamn street to get out of there. And I actually did go over there day before yesterday and recorded the route, but I haven't broke it down and sent it to my computer, but I will probably tomorrow so y'all can take a look at it for yourself. But again, I appreciate everybody for tuning in. watching the case. I'm gonna drop this link just in case somebody wanna come up here and speak something before I get up out of here. I got a couple of things I gotta take care of this evening. But today, it definitely was a shit show, if you ask me. That's all it was. I think the defense is trying anything possible to get this shit thrown out. But if anything, they'll move it to a different venue. That's the only thing they can do. Because these motherfuckers guilty. I mean, you guys, for whoever haven't seen the footage and today was your first time seeing it, now it doesn't matter what color you are unless you just a racist motherfucker. You know they was wrong. And you should feel like any parent should feel who lost their kid in a senseless manner like Ahmaud did. That wasn't nothing but racism. Hold on, let me bring the brother up. Hold on, John, I'm coming, bro. Yo. What's good?
Hey, I ain't gonna try to keep you too long, bro. I know you've been up here. I know it's a job for you. But,
you good? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it like I wasn't trying to misdirect the subject either. You know what I'm saying? I know it's two different cases, but if we acting like, you know what I'm saying, both of these cases don't tie in together, then we really mistaken. You know what I'm saying? These cases have a lot to do with each other, you know what I'm saying? And that's what they wanted to do. They want us to, you know what I'm saying? They want us to bypass either one of the situations. That's the reason why I think they made this situation occur. You know what I'm saying? Because one of these situations got to get looked over because both of them are too big. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like one got to be handled at a time. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like that's how I kind of like a defer. Like, you know what I'm saying? They trying to make us pick, and really it shouldn't even be like that. You know what I'm saying? Both of these cases tie in together. And I can put two and two together and see, you know what I'm saying? Look how they making us fight to the teeth to try to get justice for Ahmaud, which we should, you know what I'm saying, for anybody, not just Ahmaud, but anybody we should fight for the teeth. But look how they making us they making us pull out literally they basically making us pull out hair follicles and shit for some shit that a video obviously fucking showed. The video showed the shit clear as day. Why do you even have a video, period, of a third party, you know what I'm saying, videotaping basically a fucking murder? You know what I'm saying? Like you get what I'm saying? Like it's all too obvious, but they making us fight for the teeth of this. But when it becomes to one of their own, when I mean sacrifice, and when I say sacrifice, I don't want people to literally think, oh, I'm always talking about like some deep spiritual shit. Like, no, people sacrifice shit every day. We as people, we sacrifice shit every day. I sacrifice my happiness to deal with my people. You know what I'm saying? I sacrifice having to look over my shoulder and shit, not, you know what I'm saying, for my people, because like this is just sacrifice, and people sacrifice every day. When I mean sacrifice, they sacrifice one of their own. You know what I'm saying? As in sending a young cop that's fairly new to the department, you know what I'm saying? Why they didn't send a veteran that's
Think
been
about
in the
this
department
though.
that know everything, you know what I'm saying? But
Hold
they
on.
sacrifice one of their own for the better good. Like,
Like,
okay, yes, we might
you
be
really can't
losing
say
one,
that
but
was a sacrifice, bro. They didn't know that man was gonna get killed, man. Nobody knew
man,
he was gonna get killed.
but messing with that, bro, if they knew ozone. They already knew ozone, you know what I'm saying? And sending somebody, they knew something was gonna happen. They didn't know the dude was gonna get killed, but they knew that the young officer can stir up something. And they know the person that they messing with. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily they have to know the outcome, but they know the person that they messing with. They knew ozone. They you know what I'm saying? They knew more about ozone than what we think. You know what I'm saying? Because they look and they watch, you know what I'm saying? And just like I said, they could have killed ozone. You know what I'm saying? They definitely could have had their way with brother. You know what I'm saying? And especially the way they found him. But they took they took the liberty out their time to go on a manhunt and look for this dude. You get what I'm saying? Not trying to defer to, but I'm saying look at the two cases together. You know what I'm saying? They making us fight tooth and tooth for something that's so obvious, that's right there in your face. It's like a slap in your face. But you know what I'm saying? When it come to them, you get what I'm saying? It's different ballgame. It's a way different ballgame. You ain't gotta be no dummy to see it. You know what I'm saying? That shit is crazy. It's wild, but they will go to the death to fight for their own people, and they sacrifice people every day. Like in the military, they tell you that you going over there to go fight for your country, doing for their own good, when you really don't know that, you know what I'm saying, you over there protecting poppy fields and, you know what I'm saying, other shit like that. You get what I'm saying? It's a different cause behind the real reason why they sending you out there to fight. That's the reason why I got out the military in the first place and didn't re-enlist, because I found out there's a different motive behind all these wars. It's not really just for our freedom. They going over there for some other shit that, you know what I'm saying? Like they can just be going over there because they motherfucking wife was cheating on them with somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we don't know that, but they telling us, oh, you go and fight for your country. You go and fight for the better good. That's still a sacrifice. They sacrifice people every day.
Well, in this case, with Ahmaud, when you say, you know, they making us fight, I mean, that's what the defense is supposed to do. I mean, I think the evidence is overwhelming where they're going to get convicted regardless. But when you say make us fight, you think the defense, even though the defense know the motherfucker's guilty, that's what they get paid for. They get paid to represent even the liars. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is entitled to, you know, a lawyer. So, of course, it's just like, I hate to ask this, but do you think OJ killed that lady?
I don't know.
Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit. Don't do that shit.
A case like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I won't speak on nothing that I don't know. I really don't. Like, I heard of the OJ case like that, but I haven't really just, like, you know what I'm saying? I never studied up on it. I don't think I was old enough or probably wise enough to even really keep up with it at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but just do some research on it. I ain't gonna give my opinion on it. Do some research on that goddamn case, and then you'll see, like, okay, they fought tooth and nail for him when the evidence was overwhelming. But what happened to OJ? Hey, he beat the case. Now, I'm not gonna say if he did it or not. I'm gonna let you be the judge on that. But in this case, what I'm saying is, we know they're guilty, and them fuckers gonna burn. With the ozone case, I haven't studied that too much. I've seen what happened, and it's just unclear of what the fuck happened. I couldn't tell, to be honest with you. I really ain't gonna give my opinion on it because I can't tell what happened. But I mean, we got one case down. We got George. You know, we got now we got Ahmaud. You know, they got the other dude, Rittenhauer. He fighting, but I don't know how that shit right there gonna go. But only one I'm kind of disappointed in is Breonna Taylor. I mean, I know the family got paid for that shit.
Yeah, but I don't think nobody got locked up.
Nobody got locked up, bro. That's not.
Did anybody get locked up for George Floyd?
Yeah. I think he got like what,
45
years or something like that. 35 or 45 years. If I'm not mistaken. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But I think it's like 35 to 45 years or something. He could have did up to 75.
I don't think they're gonna make him do the whole thing, though, huh?
I don't know. I don't know what's like guaranteed, because it got to be a federal charge. You know what I'm saying? So if it's a federal charge, you have to do, I believe, like 80% of it or something like that, or 90% of it, or it might be shit 100. I don't fucking know. But let me read these comments real quick. Real Brooklyn said, what's really crazy about all this is this is America as we know it. There's nothing here that should be shocking to anyone, especially black folks. Agreed. Again, she says, whites in general do not see us as equal to them. We are automatically marginalized and undervalued since the day of birth. It will be only up to us for things to change. Agreed. That last thing you said, that's the problem right there. We don't have enough, like the brother Jah here, and as far as the younger generation, then we don't have enough people like Grandmaster Jay that's really standing up and want to make things right for our people. We have to learn how to unite. You know what I'm saying? We got what? 13 people in here right now. To me, and I appreciate every last one of y'all who came here. That's sad. That's fucking sad. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. I'm gonna just show my love for the people that did come. But it is what it is. One day somebody will wake up and you know, pass the baton. And I believe that's gonna be the homie right here on the phone with us, man. On the panel with us. Salute to you, bro.
Man, I hope so. It's some shoes to be filled, man. And that's the crazy thing, bro. Like, man, and I say that I use this as a little pump up for myself. Like, man, your life been hard all this time. So what do you expect? Why do you expect for it to ease up now? Just keep going. That's how I tell myself. But I'm like, man, sometimes, bro, this road seems long, man. And I'm like, yo, I can't believe you think I can. Like I be talking to y'all like this. Like, I can't believe you think that I can handle such a thing or handle all this, but you know, and the road just seems so long, bro.
Yeah, shit. Look how long it's been. This shit been going on before me and you was born, bro. You know what I'm saying? So this shit is 400 plus years, bro. So shit, it's and I don't feel world peace will ever come. And this goes back to my spiritual beliefs, because we were placed here to see if we can govern ourselves. If world peace happens, that means we can live amongst each other and govern ourselves without all the bullshit. And I don't think that shit is possible. So, and I hope I'm wrong. If anybody think different, hey, it is what it is. But I just don't see that happening. We got too many evil motherfuckers walking this face of this earth, man. For real.
Yeah, it's a lot of motherfuckers with bad intentions.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's so sad that you can't even trust your own fucking government, bro. That shit's sad. That shit's fucking sad. I'm gonna hit him with this purge, man.
Trust the family that you got in your house. Let alone.
What you talking about, man? Hey, that's why I'm in this motherfucker by myself. I live alone, nigga. It ain't too bad alone, nigga. I'm here by my goddamn self, man. But hey, it's just a sense of peace that I value. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I ask for is peace.
That's it.
If a woman can't bring me peace, you can't bring me shit.
Facts.
A peace of mind.
That's how I've been lately too, man. Like, bro, like I just, if it can't bring me peace, I can't. Like, no matter how bad you want it, like it's something that, like, hey, it just keeps it away from you or keep me away from it. One or two. But either way, it works. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't bringing me peace, I don't want it.
I don't want it. Real Brooklyn say, let's just say, excuse me. She said, let's just say that skinny jeans with ass showing and representing guns as a tool of discussion will be our demise.
She said skinny jeans with ass showing.
Oh, well, man, let me hit this purge real quick, man. I think that's a good song to play right now.
Cops killing, and they picking targets. No shit, like I ain't got a toilet. Play the game, we forfeit. Overall, it's bullshit. Overall, lies. Overall, pride. Everybody got beat until it's time to ride. And the niggas switch up, go to that dark side. And it all go down, just like it's low tide. And how you riding that wave, it's like a boat ride. Coming straight at your neck, just like a bow tie. And you done ran out of minutes, now it's go time. Yeah, I feel a whole lot of pain. Yeah, I know I tried just to do the right thing. Yeah, I know times gon' get harder than most. Pray to the most high, vision getting better than most. Open your third eye, imagine seeing life from a view of a bird's eye. Police running down on niggas, killing them curbside.
We got the crazies, just give the word. The God's coming, we make them purge. God's coming, we make them purge. The God's coming, we make them purge. The God's coming, we make them purge. The God's coming, we make them purge. We got the crazies, crazies. Just give the word. The God's coming. We make them purge. Give me the urge. Give me the strength. Niggas trying to tax me. I claim exempt. My agency's all set. Man up the temps. Give them word that the work we gon' stretch the length. When the God's being dealt, play your hands right. Get yourself straight, then you get your mans right. You're claiming boss, make sure that the plan's tight. Oversight, looking down from a different height. My tunnel vision got me focused like a bird flight. Watching ground moves peeking from a bird's sight. You niggas square me, you botch from a different angle. My attitude's T-Rex, you wanna tangle. We been in prison, the streets the yards, the jail's the whole back to the cars. If my life matters more than yours, right, then how you match the guard's plan if it's planned right. We got the crazies, just give the word. The God's coming. We make them purge. God's coming. We make them purge. The God's coming. We make them purge. The God's coming. We make them purge. The God's coming. We make them purge. We got the crazies, just give the word. The God's coming. We make them purge.
I'm trying to put bullet holes on police badges. Burn Babylon, burn, turn the bitch to ashes. You slave patrolling my 40 blowing, that's target practice. Pouring gasoline on the flag, now where's my matches? Off the blood of my ancestors, you're living comfortably. I am the karma for crackers, they keep ducking me. Nat Turner whisper in my ear, yeah he haunting me. Saying make them pay 44 fathers fuckery. I'm hip hop messiah on water, you can't walk with me. Speak on the truth of power, you can't muzzle me. Nothing but pain and gunpowder flow through my arteries. Police sirens, my jackpot, I hit the lottery. I'm dominant, they recessive, yeah obsolete. I'm going out like a martyr, you gon' remember me. I'ma live forever, my people, they gonna honor me. Port City Persians, bitch, so we can be free.
We got the crazies, just give the word. The God's coming. We make them purge. God's coming. We make them purge. The God's coming. We make them purge. The God's coming. We make them purge. The God's coming. We make them purge. We got the crazies, just give the word. The God's coming. We make them purge.
Yeah, we back and we black. I just want to read a comment and respond to it real quick. Real Brooklyn said, how did we feel seeing cops testify that they felt not threatened when they showed up to the scene? Normally, as a cop showing up on a shooting, trust goes out the window until they know everything. Well, they pretty much knew who it was, who called, and they pretty much knew what happened. Because the Greg McMichael, which is Travis's father, the one who was on the back of the truck, he's a former officer right here, down here in Brunswick. They knew that. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm not saying that's the only reason they felt comfortable, because I know you're getting that, Real Brooklyn. Trust me, I know where you're going with it. But just say, for instance, it was someone who called the police, and they didn't know what color they was when they called. They couldn't tell the voice. They didn't know. You trust me. They would have came out there with their guns in hand. They wouldn't have felt safe. But the fact that they knew who it was, they know it was Greg McMichael, because he done call the police, or his son done called the police. They know his address. He used to work for the motherfuckers. His crooked ass. So that's what I feel about that. Let's see. Lorraine said that's why they were so laid back about the investigation. Yeah, motherfuckers knew they had the footage that day. It didn't come out to what, May? Man, come on with the fucking games. And Kings and Queens says, I'm not again any well, I'm not against any other race, but I'm all about elevating my people. That's why I call you sis. I love your spirit and willingness to learn and understand. Being called a sis is an honor. You goddamn right, kings and queens. Talk to her.
Big facts.
Big facts. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say, man, I don't hate white people. I hate evil white people. I'm sorry. Dislike. My grandma would be very mad at me if I say that. Strongly dislike. Real, man. Y'all heard what Kira said in that goddamn Angels Cry.
But see, that's just how we grew up, man. Like even though our grandparents, you know what I'm saying, even though motherfuckers hate you or hit on you, hey, you just grew up to show that love.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And you know what, y'all? A lot of black people say we weak because of that. How you feel about that? Because they say, and I know Lorena said it, we're the most forgivingest people in the world.
Yeah, I said that too. I said I ain't gonna cap with you. I agree with her when she said it. I remember when she said it. Cause I used to say that shit too. I like, man, why are we the only motherfuckers that always gotta forgive people first? Why are we the motherfuckers gotta say, you know what I'm saying? Why we always gotta be the bigger person? Why we always gotta, you know what I'm saying? Why people look for us to be the stronger person in every situation, you know what I'm saying? Man, I be thinking the same thing, but then again, there go that side of me to where, okay, it comes in that's that side of me comes in. Okay, Jay, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't gonna do it, who gonna do it? You know what I'm saying? It's that side of me. It's that side of me that they gotta come in and always, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, fuck, shut your ass up sometimes.
Hey, it be like that. I mean, you ever thought maybe we was raised the right way? You know what I'm saying? A lot of people blame it on the Bible. And then, you know what they say about the Bible these days? They said that was written to I guess, to hold black people back from
Everything, I'm glad you put that up too, because it leads me to say this. Everything has its purpose. I feel like the Bible had its purpose back in the day, but with all the hint, and then you got to look at it. How many times the Bible's been rewritten? Not to go that deep, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, we
how
ain't
many
gonna go
times
that
the
deep.
Bible's been rewritten from since 400 days of slavery? I think everything has its time and purpose for that time, but I don't think the Bible has a purpose in this time. I know that's a cruel way to say it or hear it. I don't think the Bible has its time right now. I think the Bible had its time back in the day to get us through what it needed to get us through during that time. But I think it's gonna be something. It's gonna need to be something a little bit more. I'm not saying that we have to leave out the Bible, but it's gonna need a little bit more to assist with just the Bible, because not everybody believe in the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And if we go just by the Bible nowadays, it's gonna be a lot of more people fall off than what we have now. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's gonna be more than just the Bible nowadays to get us through this part of life. But the part that the Bible was used, I believe it was used well for it.
Most definitely. I mean, that's a whole topic, and you know where that's gonna take us. But
yeah,
I want to talk about what Brooklyn said. She said, "Let's say I was a cop, my buddy called me after he shot and killed someone. My ass is gonna be alert, showing up on the scene." She said, "That's that good old boy trust, I guess." I guess. I mean, if I was a cop and my best friend, I got a call, and I know it was my best friend calling and saying, "We got this motherfucker in the neighborhood. I just shot him." I don't think I'll be nervous going up there. I'll be like, I feel bad for what happened and why he shot him, but I wouldn't be as nervous as if I didn't know these motherfuckers at all. That's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to figure out what you meant right here when you say, anytime I hear white country slack jaw talk, nothing good is gonna come. It's gonna be coming. Oh man. That's why
body language says a lot in that courtroom, man. We gotta pay attention to their body languages up there, bro. Cause dude start to get the sweating at the end, messing with his jackets, oversessive blinking and shit, blinking both his eyes. I'm like, damn.
It's worldwide attention. That's why. Brunswick ain't never had no case like this. We ain't never had no fucking worldwide case right here. These motherfuckers don't know how to act. They nervous. They want to go out there and do their best. I think the most calm people I've seen on there is it's that white lady. I can't remember what her job. She took the 911 call, I believe. She was the most calmest person up there. And then the other white officer, he was calm, the one who respected the black lawyer. He was pretty cool too.
Did you see the game that they were trying to play, bro? Like did you see how did they do it? Like I noticed they give up like they wanted to see how many times they can make the other side go to the notes and look at the notes without knowing, basically like reading a script to a movie or a show. You know what I'm saying? Right. How many times do you have to go read your script? You know what I'm saying? Because you don't remember what you put or you don't remember what has been said. You know what I'm saying? They don't know the case like that. You know what I'm saying? So they have to look at the notes. And that's the reason why the last dude, he kept saying out loud, oh, well, I have to look at my notes and refer to my notes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was catching on that shit. I was like, because the state or whatever, she stopped after he started looking at the notes. Like she wanted him to, you know what I'm saying? Hey, yeah, go ahead and refer to them notes. And she even stopped at one point. She was like, yeah, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause she knows the motherfucker referring to them notes. Right after he started referring to them notes, she's like, okay, that's it. Then the next, then his people come up questioning them with ease, and then he goes, and then I catch on because he goes and he's like referring to the notes, right? You know what I'm saying? Trying to make it seem like they try to make it, they put out the answers there so he won't have to look at the notes, and he just give a yes or no answer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think
they try to make it seem like you know what I'm saying? They try to make it look different in front of the judge. They fighting. They basically have a cockfight in front of the judge.
I think like the prosecutors they supposed to only ask like yes or no questions majority. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they're limited to that only, but I think the defense can ask open-ended questions. I have to do some more research because I want to make sure I just said that right. But I read somewhere where it went like that, but
yeah, they got a lot of shortcuts for the motherfuckers. That's the reason why you gotta be on a whole nother level of fucking ingeniousness. Because I like hell no, that court shit is too much for me. They got too many loopholes, too many ways that you can go different ways. That's why he said to the judge that other day, oh, I'll find a way around it. And then the judge say, what you mean you find a way around it?
What the fuck you mean by that? Hold on, I'm gonna see what song this is. I'm like, what the fuck is fuck 'em? Hold on.
Body to beat global. It's crazy fire. Play it again.
Okay, look, fuck that shit.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay. I don't want to hear that shit. Excuse me. I was like, what the fuck is that? But let's hit another jam real quick, man. We're going to get up out of here, man. Give me 1 second.
My nigga, change on my never change on my never change on my nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga. Remember nigga at the Reeks when it's hosted. Never change on my never change on my never change on my never change on my nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga. Never change on my never change on my nigga. We've been down since day one. This is something you can't make up. Snakes can hate, they can't play us. Loyalty is what made us A1.
Feel like that we've been down since Bobby Brown was hopping around. It's been a decade, you can add one. We've been A1 since day one.
That's my A1, nigga. That's my A1, nigga. He gon' stay my nigga. 100 chains on, hitting on the same song. Never change on my, 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 never change on my nigga. Never change on my, never change on my nigga. Remember nigga at the Reeks we was hosting. Left flames in the damn mic smoking. I was geeked up, nigga, I was rolling. Yeah, the real nigga still took notice. That was just the beginning. We gon' ride this bitch till we finish. We been going strong for a minute, and we never clashed over women. Because that's my nigga. Whether up or down, I'm still agree, it don't matter to me. If a nigga got beat, then nigga, that's them. I got his back like a car seat. We throw hands, we don't draw heat. In the club, if you saw my nigga, then I'm sure that you saw me. Hey, nigga, see, that's my dog. Hold a nigga up if I fall. We raise her back too hard. We shit on niggas too long. Ain't no time tall. Can't see these, ain't too small. Chill out, watch us do us. We don't give a fuck, so do y'all. All it take is one call. Let a nigga tell me you done got wrong. Then I'm all on the bitch head till it's gone. 2 knocks, he ain't home. I'ma be that same old nigga. Exactly how I came on, nigga. Just like that same old picture. I would never change on my nigga. We been down since day one. This is something you can't make up. Snakes can hate, they can't play us. Loyalty is what made us A1.
Feel like that we've been down since Bobby Brown was hopping around. It's been a decade, you can add one. We've been A1 since day one.
That's my A1, nigga. That's my A1, nigga. He gon' stay my nigga. He gon' stay my nigga. 100 chains on, spitting on the same song. Never change on mine, 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 nigga. Never change on mine, never change on mine, nigga.
I feel so sorry for your mother. That's if you fucking with my brother. Don't make it be a better matter. I'm talking about okay, let's get down to business. I am my brother's keeper like a Jehovah's Witness. I am too hard to scare. Don't make a nigga let me get in your derriere. Cause your family will be leaving bears there. No, I don't play about my nigga. We can do it with hands or we can do it with the pistol. Cause if I take off in the air like a missile, then B1 beans and lay low coming to get you. Better ask somebody. If we in the club and the beat pop off and I see it, I'm popping up like a pop top. We just trying to chill and go back to the garden. Listen to some damn first thing smoke. Hit him with a bottle or a chill. Hit him with a chill or a bottle. We can do this shit on the inside or the outside. It don't matter either way I'm gon' ride. It can be 3 or 4 y'all. I don't give a fuck. I'ma need a rubber cause I'm about to fuck these niggas up. We been tighter than do-rags and weight cap. And we'll tear goddamn stage down. You might mess around and lose your ass cap. I remember the first time we hit him with that goddamn Scratchy Can Killer. And ever since then, it's been my nigga. We don't do that double crossing over shit. All jokes aside, nigga, we are real friends. Cause everybody's talking all that stuff for, hey nigga, fuck y'all.
We been down since day one. This is something you can't make up. Snakes can hate, they can't play us. Loyalty is what made us A1.
Feel like that we've been down since Bobby Brown was hopping around. It's been a decade, you can add one. We've been A1 since day one.
That's my A1, nigga. That's my A1, nigga. He gon' stay my nigga. He gon' stay my nigga. 100 chains on, spitting on the same song. Never change on mine, 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 nigga. Never change on mine, never change on mine, nigga.
That was Arm & Hammer with A1 from the Poetic Pimpin' album. Go ahead and get up out of here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. I dropped my email in there in the chat. If anybody want to contact me for whatever reason, feel free to do so. Questions, ideas, anything. Yeah, that part. But we gonna get this shit, man. I don't have no doubt in my goddamn mind that we gonna get this shit. We 2 for 2. But y'all be easy. I'm gonna play one more song and I'm gone. Appreciate that, Real Brooklyn. Appreciate you for being here. That's love. Yeah. But y'all have a good one. I'm gonna end the night or the live with 40. I ain't hear this one in a minute. Pay close attention.
I come from the trenches, you never could sleep. That is a place where the mothers were weak, cause so many kids dying off in the street. There is never relief, searching for shelter to keep. They looking for places to sleep. We know the weather get mean, nowhere that I can get clean. So I'ma just dream, so much that I need. You say that you know what I mean, I ask but I never receive. So I just live on the street, rap on the beach just to gotta take what they are giving to me. What I make of my people making a we, and you don't know broke unless you in the street. And people are pointing and laughing at me. It's the end of the road, so I gotta get me. And they pull up inside of they bed by they bend. I'm broke, so I gotta get all of they in. They step out and they with a lot of their friends. They drunk and they smell like a whole lot of gin. I walked up upon them like this what it is. I know that you got it, so give me your win. And you look like you got a wife and some kids, so you don't want your life to end. What you expect? I come from the bottom, that's where they keeping me at. So reaching that back, I need all of that cash and whatever's left in your stash. I know that you're mad, but don't make me get on your ass. I know you want your life to last, cause it can end in the flash. Over a couple of racks, just open the trunk and just get in the back. Shut up, bitch, get your ass in that motherfucking trunk. Hey, bring your ass over here, nigga. I will bust your motherfucking head, nigga. Get in this motherfucking trunk, nigga. I need this motherfucking money more than you motherfuckers. Fuck you, you owe me, bitch. Now nigga running from the folk. Well, not now, but I will go get a couple more. It's a couple more that a nigga know. And they claim to be real, but they leave when I'm broke to the motherfucker throat. Took a walk in the neighborhood slow. These fuckers, they don't even know. They in the back and they smoking on dope. It's a bunch of them bitches. I can still do it on my own. Jumped the back fist, had an ounce of the coke with a pound of the gas. Got 40 on the floor. Then the white girl see the nigga coming through the door. Then the cat that I know reached for the folk, fed a couple go. Hit him in the throat. Then the other white boy reached close to the floor. Then a quick folk go. Pretty sure he gone. White girl still screaming, that ain't last that long. With the strap to a dome. With a key to the safe, I'ma need that work. Little bitch, don't play. If you really wanna live, you would do what I say. Took it back to the safe, everything went straight. Took every damn dime. 6 pounds of the loud. Around, see the nigga that was laying on the ground. It really loud sound. Now nigga down for the count. I thought I would make my way out. What you expect? I come from the bottom, that's where they keeping me at. So reaching that back, I need all of that cash and whatever's left in your stash. I know that you're mad, but don't make me get on your ass. I know you want your life to last, cause it can end in the flash. Over a couple of racks, just open the trunk and just get in the back.